Amy asked me to sit in to chair this meeting, so, okay?
All right, we're live. You're good to go.
It is, I think, 6 o'clock straight up, and I call this planning and zoning meeting for December 7th to order. We'll start with roll call. Could each of the commission members please state their name?
Mike Rhodes.
Mike Hall.
Mike Demas.
Dave Bench.
Tony Stein.
Excellent. Good. All right. Let's see. We'll move on to the next thing, which is public comments. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak about any item that is not listed on the agenda? No? Okay. Very good. We'll move on to the consent agenda. We're going one.
See how easy it is?
Let's see. First off, we have the discussion and possible action on the minutes of October 12th, 2022, the Joint Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council meeting. I noticed that there had been some changes, redactions, I guess,
Yes, we did update the minutes a little bit to make them a little more consistent with what had been done. We tried to do action minutes, but there really wasn't action taken at that meeting, so we tried to shorten it up a little bit. It has been approved by the City Council at this point, so this would just be the P&Z approval. And then also just another note on the consent agenda, we can approve these both at once if the commission wishes to, with one motion just to approve the consent agenda.
That sounds good. Does everyone have a motion here?
Motion to approve.
Okay. Second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor of approval? Say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Carries. Good. All right. Discussion and possible action of the minutes of November 2nd, 2022, Planning and Zoning Commission meeting.
I think we're good on that, yeah.
Are we good?
With the consent. Yes, I think we voted on, was the motion to approve the whole consent agenda?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
okay.
excuse me.
So we're all set.
All right.
I took you up on the offer.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Very good. I didn't realize we could do it all at once. That's great. All right, now we're getting into the regular agenda. There's first the public hearing and discussion and possible action on an amendment to the Code of Ordinances related to defining the minimum required depth and width of yards and related provisions in the residential zoning district. There's a lot here that we've got to chew on. I would like to, at least on the onset, recognize that we had received an email here recently that each of you should have that is from Eric Watts. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it. Maybe we ought to read it.
Right, there's a hard copy on the desks. That one was one that came in past another meeting starting, so we just went ahead and printed it here. It was, if y'all would like to read it into the record or discuss it or.
Well, since he's not here to present it himself, I think we should read it into the record if we could. Should we just read it? I don't know.
Oh, well, let's.
This is dated October 12th. Why is it?
That was the date of the joint planning and zoning and city council hearing, and that came in after the deadline, and I think I had seen it later, and I don't think I got it here for y'all's last P&Z meeting, so wanted to follow up. It's a little late, but I'm guessing he probably still feels the same, so. But if we're gonna read public comment, we can go ahead and open that public hearing and state the time and begin the public hearing if you're ready for that.
Sounds good, okay.
Okay.
Well, then we're opening the floor for public comment. It is 6:05, and I'm going to start by reading this. Is that fair? Okay.
Sure.
This fellow's name is Eric Watts. He says, Rowan Wood should do more to clarify setback encroachment. Our code is not specific enough, and builders are squeezing as much as they can from our lots. Our codes have not been updated to address the addition of city wastewater. Builders are no longer constrained by septic field requirements. This, along with pushing the good faith limits of setbacks with deep soffits, overhangs, or cantilevered porches. In some cases, chopping large trees in half to shoehorn in a few extra feet. Please make common sense decisions that protects our elbow room. If you don't act, we are destined to lose the spacious natural landscape Rolling Wood was once, depending on your neighbor, known for. This is one of several levers we should pull to curb the abuse of our city. This is a common sense clarification that should be considered. Thanks for hearing out my opinion. Eric Watts, 314 Pleasant Drive. And in it, he has a little diagram here that shows that the foundation goes to the setback line, and there's concern that anything that goes past that setback line should not be permitted. I think that's what he's asking. So, other comments?
Thank
Would
you.
you please state your name and address?
Sure. Amy Patillo, 3 Rockaway Cove. So I had a couple of different types of comments tonight, and one of them applies a little bit to both items, but I'll go ahead and make it here. So I've been in the position of being on the city council and voting for changes to our zoning code before, and appreciate the process that goes into that and the amount of work that goes into it, and also agree that there need to be some changes as our community grows and changes. So appreciate that y'all are taking up some different areas and that you're taking public comment and thinking about it. One of the things I just wanted to note, as I've been trying to look at this agenda item and the one after it, is that it's difficult right now to follow the record of what it is that the council or the planning and zoning has actually motioned to have amended about the zoning code. So if you look at our city ordinances, in order to make changes to our city zoning code, the city council or commission may from time to time on its own motion initiate amendments, supplements, changes, or modifications to the city's zoning regulations, and then any such proposed change will be subject to the hearings and procedures described in the division. So I went back to look at what had actually been motioned in meetings as it relates to what y'all are considering tonight in the public hearings. And what I found is that in the city council meeting minutes, which are the record of what happened for August 7th, the motion that was recorded was that Councilmember Brooke Brown moved to send to the planning and zoning a recommendation to adopt an amendment to the zoning code that would place a limit on projections into side yards of 2 feet. So that was the scope of the motion that was made. The agenda item that you have before you is much broader than that. At the September 21st council meeting, the minutes record, Councilmember Brooke Brown moved to ask the city administrator to set up a joint meeting. So the request was for a joint meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council as soon as possible to address this amendment. It's not fully clear what this amendment is to the yard length in the code, as well as the height issues we discussed earlier in the meeting. So those are our two motions. At the minutes of the joint P&Z and council meeting, there were no motions taken. At y'all's last P&Z meeting, there were no motions taken. I find no other motions in any other meeting minutes. So right now we have an agenda item for this one. I'll just stick with that. That is public hearing for discussion and possible action on an amendment to the Code of Ordinances related to defining the minimum required depth and width of yards and related provisions in the residential zoning district. That's incredibly broad. So one thought I have on this is I do think that there's a need to look at how far can you extend things off of your home into your yard towards your neighbor's yard, right? I'm glad that that's what's being considered, but right now a concern I have with how incredibly broad this agenda item is that even if you all were to motion tonight to recommend something related to just an amendment to the eaves portion of our code, the agenda item that's been noticed here at the city council hearing, public hearing for December 21st is incredibly broad. And it's not clear to me that the city council is limited to only taking up the question of eaves. And if you notice, like y'all have been part of the joint meeting and other meetings, there's been a discussion of a lot of other types of things that would be considered related to this yards issue. And so my concern is that it's not clear to the public right now what the scope is of what's being taken up here right now. So a suggestion I would have is look tonight at the public comment and consider coming back with another public hearing at P&Z that narrows this down to what it is that was put in that initial motion that was really specific at the August 17th meeting, which was an amendment to the zoning code that would place a limit on projections into side yards of 2 feet. That was what was up. That was very clear. The motion after that is so broad, it's hard to fully understand without doing a lot of reading as a member of the public. And I'm a researcher, right? And I spend time looking at the details. It took me quite a bit of time to try to accumulate all the different things that might be considered when it gets to the council level under this agenda item that aren't included in the attachments to this item. So that's just a thought is, and you know, I'm not your legal counsel. I am an attorney, but I'm not legal counsel. I'm just someone who sat on the council. This is my understanding of the code. It would be great, I think, for the public to understand what the process is here, and to potentially come back with a narrower agenda item that's getting noticed for public hearing. And the other thought I have is, as y'all are considering amendments, I would urge you to consider definitions. So love that one of the proposed things is to allow bay windows in what's considered that can be extended out 2 feet. Bay windows are actually a livable space that's allowed to be extended 2 feet. My understanding was that one of the goals here was to reduce how you could extend livable space. But if you're gonna take up that definition that includes bay windows, which I think they should be included, there's a lot of beautiful bay windows in this city right now, I would suggest a definition that makes it clear that we're including different architectural eras of bay windows, because I think that as I've looked at that definition, it can have a pretty broad scope, and it can include a lot of different types of structures that extend out, some of them angled, some of them not, some of them connected to the ground, some of them not. So that's just one that I saw, and I was like, I actually think that could be really helpful, because we do have a lot of properties that have those little extensions from different time periods of building in Rollingwood. And the last thing I would say is that I have heard discussion about these 2 items in particular being related to kind of being Band-Aid changes to the ordinances, and then we would come back and have a broader discussion. So in looking at what happens when cities do big zoning changes, or even small zoning changes that could potentially make a lot of houses non-conforming overnight, one of the stigmas that can come from making houses non-conforming is it can make it more difficult to get lending. So we have a lot more inventory of properties on the market right now in Rollingwood. I think the people who are wanting to sell those properties probably would not want action taken by our city right now to make their homes non-conforming in a way that would place a stigma on their ability to get lending. So one thing I saw is that the city of Plano, in taking up that issue, when they passed a zoning change that would have affected a lot of houses and made them non-conforming, they went ahead and deemed all the houses that existed at that time at the previous code conforming, so that effectively you're moving forward, you're creating that Band-Aid moving forward, but you're not creating the stigma for all the existing houses. So a thought I just have it too is, if you were to potentially renotice and narrow your public hearing on these items, would be to potentially consider taking up also our definitions under the conformance part of our code. So that's what I've got. Thank you for hearing me out. I know I went over the limit, and I appreciate the leeway.
There's a lot there. It was good.
Can I ask one quick question, Ashley? Somebody in the neighborhood texted me asking if there's a way to get on the Zoom, and that there wasn't a link on the meeting.
Sure, it's on the agenda if they're able to pull
Okay.
up. They
on
might
the
need to
agenda. Oh, yeah,
pull
there
up
it
the PDF agenda, not the HTML.
Got it.
And it's also the same one from previous meetings if they've gotten on one before. So, or we can send it to them. Just send us their email. We can do that too.
I'll let them know. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other comments that they want to bring forward in public?
Anyone signed up?
Well, I guess what I heard here a second ago is that we're trying to eat a whale here instead of a bunch of little fish.
Chairman,
And
I apologize. Are we going to can we close the public hearing if there's
Uh,
no one else signed up to speak?
since no one else signed up to speak, I guess we do close the public hearing at 6:16.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I guess what I heard from the public is that maybe we're trying to take off too big a bite here, and that it ought to be split into smaller pieces, considered individually, and that we don't want to bring too many places into nonconformance by virtue of passing some zoning changes. So we could grandfather whatever is in place today and not hurt housing values, home values. Does anybody have any comments in any of this?
I think that's an interesting concept, because I know that's, since I've been on planning and zoning, there's always a concern about creating nonconformity, and there's almost no way to make changes without doing that. This is the first I've heard of an ability of the city to maybe kind of make a declaration that everything existing now is conforming, and that changes just impact homes going forward. Is that, I guess if it's been done before, presumably it could be done again?
I would have to look into that.
Yeah.
I have not researched that. Happy to do that, but I think it has to be very narrowly tailored and specific.
I guess we heard that might be happening in Plano right now, and might be some sort of a guide.
I think the other thing, I'm not aware of any official motions that have been put forth over the last couple meetings, so I think it's important that we just bottom out on that. Have there been any that, I was not at the joint meeting with city council. Unfortunately, I couldn't make that, so I'm not aware if anything was put forth then, but I mean, I could say for the last one, when we all met a month ago, whenever that was, I feel like the general essence of that entire meeting was we need to do something fairly quickly, because every day there's new houses going up that are, like this email from Eric Watts came, that seem to be taking advantage of what are loopholes or whatever in the code. At the same time, that needs to be balanced against not being rash and just pushing something through that is going to put homes out of conformance. So I feel like where we ended the last meeting, which went 2+ hours, was we find ourselves at this kind of impasse, and we need to figure out how to do something quick that doesn't take multiple years or a year plus to do something, yet we don't want to act rash. So am I correct? And that's kind of the essence of where we ended the last meeting, A, and then B, are any of y'all aware of any sort of motions that have been put forward to date?
No.
Okay. No motions. Okay. Okay.
We did talk a little bit about, I've been a little bit confused about the kind of public hearing process and what implications of declaring a public hearing, really means as it relates to what we're required to do, or what city council is either required to do or has the ability to do based on the fact that we've done a public notice and they've done a public notice. I still continue to be a little bit unclear about that. I know it was, because obviously every meeting is public, so what's the difference between a quote public notice and a public meeting? I guess my understanding is that in order to actually take action to change any zoning, you have to have had a formal public hearing.
Correct.
But having a formal public hearing does not obligate us or city council to make changes. It just gives you the flexibility to make a change if we choose to.
Right.
So I guess it gives us the option to recommend changes to city council if we want to, because we've had a public hearing. But also if we don't, I guess that's our prerogative too.
I guess what we have before us are some proposed changes that I guess could be considered whole. And if anyone wanted to make a motion to just approve it whole, like we could do that, or we could talk about them a little bit and see whether or not there is something we would like to see instead of that, or make some sort of amendment. Or, you know what, I think they're all open to ideas, just,
And was that the goal of this meeting of, I'm jumping to a document we haven't talked about yet, but this red line document, I think, is that the goal? We're trying to put something a little more tangible forth so that we don't just keep having theoretical discussions and we start to react to something specific? Is that,
I think a version of this was initially presented, I believe, Brooke, at the joint meeting, and I don't know if I think there's been some modifications to that, and that was a question I had, as we got something this afternoon that I tried to review quickly, and I think it appears that we kind of have two distinct markups of similar code provisions, is that right?
That's correct. We have the original one that had been presented at that joint meeting, and then through, I think, the last P&Z meeting, that one was there as well as the document kind of outlining the concerns with yards that had been identified previously. This last one that was emailed out a little bit later, and you each have a copy of it, and it's now in the packet as well, and it is labeled, just for everybody listening at home, it is labeled draft required yards and projections. This is what, after some feedback at the last P&Z meeting that was really talking about, all we're really comfortable with is possibly putting a limit to some extent on these projections. And we're not really sure if we want to change anything else yet, but we're looking at, possibly limiting. That's really all that this draft would do. We did put 2 feet kind of as a placeholder. If there's a decision to go a different way, that could be, changed here. We could still discuss it. We could bring back other versions at another time if there are other things y'all would like to see in this.
So I think, the first that's been in there last couple of meetings, I believe Brooke drafted after initial discussion at city council several meetings ago. And then we talked about potential Band-Aid, more specific, and then this version was drafted by city staff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
so it's really been kind of simplified, really. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think effectively it would just limit those projections to a certain number of feet. It doesn't really, and Bryce, if y'all have any other questions, we have our planner help here for specific questions on what it allows and doesn't allow, but it really, the main point of it is just to limit the projections to some number of feet.
irrespective of the type of projection. Is that correct? I think that, Amy, that's what you were getting at too, in terms of definitions of what is a projection.
Sure. So in the second option that we put together, I'm Bryce Cox with Dent Navarro, Rocha, Bernal, and Zeg. I'm not an attorney, though. I'm the firm's city planner, so I help all of our clients with city planning items. Some of you are familiar. You've seen me before. So what we put together on this is Ashley asked me to kind of put together the simplest possible way to just limit projections off of buildings to be 2 feet. Specifically, it's overhang projections, so there's no foundational element to that. Once we have foundational elements to it, that still becomes part of the building, and pursuant to this same section that you'll read for that A through D that we're not proposing any changes to, that really defines how we measure that required yard, and it talks about to the closest part of the building wall and foundational elements and pieces like that. So, for example, a bay window that has that space underneath it and is just that projection but doesn't have support like touching the ground, that would count as a projection, as opposed to somebody who has part of their foundation and part of that room going into that space. That would be part of the building. Mm-hmm.
One thing that I'm not seeing here is there was a lot of discussion, I thought, in the packet that had to do with redefining a yard and the setbacks and all that, and we're not gonna consider that tonight?
That's still in the packet.
Is it?
And that's what we had from the last couple of meetings.
Yeah.
That is still in there, so we have 2 versions in there, but the only one that was printed was this newer, more simplified version. So I think our options, I think we have any option, my understanding, we can do nothing. We can approve the first draft, we can approve the second draft, we could make changes to either draft and propose that.
Right,
but
and we.
can still have that other version.
Right, and we are also happy to bring, other language that would make that change. So we did identify that as something that would help in the future to have setbacks in this section as opposed to yards only. yards sometimes have different meanings than setbacks, and sometimes you don't want them both to be joined. I think that would be kind of the wish list for this section. We didn't bring it back after the direction at the last meeting, which was kind of more simply just to limit those projections. But I think we are prepared to bring that back if that is something that the P&Z would like to consider. And I know that first draft, has some elements of that in it, but I think we can kind of, based on the discussion, we can also bring something like that back.
I guess to Amy's point, I just want to make sure that whatever it is we're approving, we know what the brackets are. What are the sideboards on this thing? And, this all seems pretty simple to me. It's just a matter of how much projection there is, and these are the projections that are being considered. But, there was a lot of redefinition text and so on that is not here, or at least we're not looking at the moment. That I want to make sure that if we approve this smaller piece, that we're not approving all of it.
Well, I also think, 107.3 and 107.76 are two different sections.
Yeah.
107.3 is specifically applying to the definition of a yard, which is much different, I believe, than, or is it not? I guess we're talking about minimum depth and width of yards in 107.76, but really the only change is about the projections into the yard. So I just want to separate the two things. Is there one effort we need to undertake to talk about yard definition, and a different one entirely for projections into the yards?
Sure. So there's two options that have been proposed in front of you, right? That original language that you've seen before, and then the other simplified one that really just talks about projections. They both touch the same sections of the code. So they both touch definitions for yard in 103 because there's some pieces that need cleanup in there to work well with the labeling how far those encroachments can go into the required yards. So both options touch both 107.3 definitions and 107.76. It really just depends on, what the commission and community is looking at doing with this, right? Are we looking at just controlling just those base elements and kind of not being overly specific about what types of encroachment or what types of architectural projections are permitted versus, really kind of deep diving further into that and really defining out what those projections are and dealing with some of that other language that's in there about like qualified building that can be a bit confusing or pieces like that. I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer, right? I mean, it's really up to the commission on what you're looking for at this time, or even, hey, both these options are great, still not what we're looking for. And if that's the case, direction and conversation is really helpful so that we can go back and really prepare exactly what you want and bring it back to you.
I think the general intent, obviously, at least my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we do want to be specific, because I think the loose definitions is kind of what's gotten this issue to be such a hot topic that we're here talking about it right now, is that when it's loose, builders are taking advantage of it. So I think more specific definitions make sense. But gosh, I and maybe this is just me not understanding it. I feel like, something that we put here, Brooke, for example, right, is except for those encroachments expressly allowed by this chapter. I think that's good, right? That is forcing us to specifically identify things. But then, I think I'm just looking at one page. I think it's somewhere else. What are those things? Are those somewhere else in the chapter?
I was looking for that too. I don't see a definition for it.
Right. So I'm I can't really opine on anything until I at least see where is the definition of those things expressed?
Sure.
It's intended to be this last red.
So I'll tell you what the goal of that is to say there are certain things in your code which are allowed in yards, and we're not going to go through and create an exhaustive list in the definition of yards because you're already covering those things in different parts of your code, right? Swimming pools, tennis courts, we've got a specific section on those and regulations related to them. Fences and walls, there's specific requirements about fences and walls that you have. Those go in yards. Accessory structures go in yards as well, and you've got specific requirements for that in an accessory structure section. And so those are the typical encroachments, especially for your residential district, that you'll see, or the typical things that you'll see that are those other items.
So just a question to the commission then. I feel like we probably need to develop a better understanding of all that. I would think, right? I know that's going to be exhaustive. That's going to take a lot of time. I think that's the point of how do we start to make some progress while not just deliberating for a year while we all come up to speed on the code and get educated on all that. But I think that was a ton of stuff that you just rattled off right there, right? That is super important, I think, to consider as we're looking at changes.
So I'll mention kind of just the way people use codes, and maybe that'll help add some context to this.
Sure.
The reason that we put that in there is so that we later don't have a problem where I have a code conflict, right? Where we say, hey, you can have this privacy fence on your property. And if I have a definition for yard that says yard is only, what do we have there? Open and unobstructed space to the sky, right? Then obviously I can't put anything in there, and I create this weird conflict. So that whole statement is really just intended to say, put you on notice, hey, there are certain things that are allowed. I don't know that there's a benefit to necessarily trying to create a full, humongous, exhaustive list to then put into the definition for yards. It seems more appropriate in the areas of code that you're going to regulate those things, right? So if y'all look at your code, you've got different headings and different things in how it's organized to help people find things. So if you want to put a tennis court in your backyard and say, hey, I would like to put a tennis court, where's that regulation? Well, pretty easily, or even if you use the search button and just type in tennis court, it's going to pull you to that section of tennis courts and swimming pools, and that's going to lay out all the requirements for tennis courts and swimming pools, where they can be, where they can't be. For example, I don't think they're allowed in the required building setbacks, for example, in your rear yard. So you can't have it right up against the back property line, but you can still have it in your backyard as long as you have enough space. And so we look at those different specific sections of code for the regulations that apply to those features.
So
right?
none of those sections, at least for me, I'm the newest guy on this. So none of those sections have been reviewed or a topic of discussion as of recent. Is that correct?
No, I think maybe I'll kind of take a stab at a little bit of history because a couple people were at one meeting or not the other. And so I think the joint meeting was city council talked most specifically, and y'all jump in, but most specifically about the fact that there was no defined distance that a roof line was kind of the main point of discussion, can extend into the setback. No, none at all. Somebody could build 15 feet, the side setback 15 feet. And so that was the initial kind of specific alarm, and I think they probably discussed a number of things in context of that, and that evolved into, well, even beyond just a roof line, there's other things that can be in the yard or setback. And then, I guess at some point height came into play. And so on the joint meeting, we talked about that specifically, but we had this language that was a greater effort to more significantly update this specific section to address not just the extension of a roof, but some of these other items with uncovered patios and things like that. And so that's sort of a more comprehensive rewrite of this specific section, not addressing pools and tennis courts and some of those other specific items. Then I think it was at the joint meeting, there was also discussion of, well, this is kind of a lot. And really it was driven most specifically by this hole in our code that has no definition around distance of a roof line. And so we said, well, one option, maybe we should be, and then we talked about building height too, is, well, now we're starting to snowball this discussion into a little bit more comprehensive discussion of many points in the residential zoning code. And one of the things I brought up is we just went through this exhaustive process with the commercial corridor and had a very defined process with participants, both from councils and boards as well as just citizens, and came up with this big plan is, should we be thinking about doing something similar on the residential side, in which case maybe we need to identify the most pressing items that have no definition, no limitations, and address that, and then let's talk about all these other things in maybe a larger discussion that would hopefully engender more specific citizen feedback as opposed to just city council and planning and zoning deciding what's best for the city and getting more input. So I think that would be kind of two schools of thought is, if we like the broader, rewrite, which is still somewhat limited, in terms of what it addresses, that's an option. Or if we said, we've got real concerns that a spec developer is going to come in and build a roof line to the property line, and people express concerns about drainage related to that and things like that, is we could just pick our number, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever it is, just nail that down now, and then let's have a bigger discussion about whether we would have a residential code review or whether we would just do a more broad review over a period of time I think that was kind of the history, and I do think we've got many spec homes going on right now. I think we have, if we chose to go that route, we do have a little bit of a benefit of just general economy, I think, is such that we're probably less likely to have as many spec starts over the next however long, versus what we had before, just given where interest rates have gone in the economy. So that would be one avenue, is the Band-Aid approach for something more specific, and then a broader review, or maybe a slightly broader review of the language that Councilperson Brown read.
Really helpful. Thank you, Tony. So we feel that the way that this is structured does indeed isolate this single issue, doesn't create, I mean, to the point of code conflict or anything else, any other parts of the code or anything like that. This is effectively written to isolate the overhang issue.
I think that's right, because I think if we, to the point of, if we started talking about, tennis court or any other number of items, that actually could create more conflict than just saying, there's a lot of things that this chapter, and I guess chapter is not a defined term, but I guess chapter in this context means residential zoning code.
So chapter in this context is chapter 107, which is the full zoning section.
So we've effectively isolated these two subsections, right? Yeah. Like even in the last meeting, I remember the question of little things like store your pool or right? Or like an air conditioner or something like that. I just want to make sure that, again, to your point, Amy, right, we're not like broadly making these decisions that impact all of these things. We are effectively, right, like just zeroing in on this one issue. Okay. Thank you. That was a lot of questions from me. I just need that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think the simple one says, there's a lot of things allowed in this chapter. Here's what a yard is, notwithstanding some of those other things in the chapter, and then adds the, impacts balconies and, uncovered porches and steps and some of those things are allowed, and then specifically addresses the roof extensions, whereas the more broad rewrite addresses some of those overhangs, as well as some more specific notes regarding bay windows and chimneys and some of those things, which I think are still sort of captured in the more simplified version. I think some of the things that we discussed at both of those meetings were, how far, would we be comfortable with a roof line extending? Dave, I know, brought up some good points about eaves being used for energy efficiency, depending on which way your house sits and which way the sun comes in, and that would be an argument for maybe, something more than 2 feet. There was talk about whether you would have, some of the other examples for different cities have different distances for side extensions versus front and back extensions, where you have bigger buffers. I think I brought up at one, we've got 25 feet on the side, which can be less than 10 feet. So you have a lot of cases where it's 10 and 15. Do we have something bigger on the 15-foot side versus the 10? And those are all the things that we've kind of discussed and probably need to discuss.
So I think that we have at least agreement that something probably needs to be done. I guess I would just say that I would just say the obvious statement that, gosh, I have no idea if 2 feet's the right number, or 3 feet, or 1.5 feet. I mean, I really am not,
It seems like a lot of other places have it at the 2 feet, but we do have some, valid input that some houses may become non-conforming with that definition in Rosewood, so.
I believe that we do have an option here to allow for 2 feet for most, and if we wanted to change it for one of these items, we could do that. We could make a motion to, for instance, make eaves 4 feet, and then the rest of the 2 feet.
So
I think in the simplified version, it specifically addresses eaves and roof extensions only.
So the simplified version is just a catch-all. So the other piece of that is the ordinary projections typically used in residential building construction. That's going to be the bay windows. That's going to be other things that aren't, I don't know, like somebody affixing a slide to go from their second story to their first story or something like that overhangs, right? You know, this very irregular piece. And the goal of that was to try to prevent having to create an exhaustive list of every possible architectural feature that has been or will be that we're okay with extending that 2 feet only, right? Because or whatever limitation that the commission and council end up putting on it.
But what that says is you adopt a one-size-fits-all kind of solution.
Yeah, if it's a projection, it can be
Simplicity,
up to 2 feet. So a balcony off the side of a second story, a eave, et cetera. And that's into the required yard. They can actually be bigger than that so long as the house is set back further. Right? And that's the trick, right? Is if you want more, you've got to make your house a little further away from that property line, and that helps ensure with your property neighbor that you've got a specific distance always between the end of your structure and your property line.
And we are not, that the code reads that you can do that today.
Oh, absolutely.
Correct, and that's normal for code, and we're not saying that we're voting on changing.
Yeah, what this doesn't say is your eave has to be 2 feet maximum. What it says
the
is
house.
you can only extend beyond that limit line that we don't let your building extend past
Yeah.
a maximum of 2 feet. That's correct.
How does staff feel about the ordinary projections of building features typically used in residential building construction? Is that good enough guidance?
I think so. I think we I think we catch most everything. I guess I wouldn't necessarily be the one interpreting it, but our engineers would be, reviewing. And I guess, is there anything that, what wouldn't be an ordinary projection, Bryce? Is there
a chimney that sticks out of a house, sticks
I think
off the
that
side
would
a
be-
foot or two? Is that?
Only if it's not affixed to the ground, right? Because if it has that ground piece attached to it, that's not an overhang projection. That's part of the structure. And building code will view that as part of the structure. And so that's where the setback line, or in this case for your residential, the required yard begins. And so if you had a chimney that, let's say, started in the house and then just came out at a slant and then up, that could be counted as that projection. But if it's just like a bricked out chimney and it's affixed to the ground and attached to the building like we normally see, that would actually be part of the building. That's part of the reason that there was also revisions made for like covered porches. A covered porch in building code is actually still considered part of the building. It's not habitable space, but it's considered part of that building envelope because the roof lines are connected. And so your covered porches are subject to your setbacks.
And the engineers were at one of our meetings and they confirmed that the way they're interpreting is that space where people would be in, whether that's in covered porch or interior, something that has floor. So, again, somebody mentioned if you were trying to cantilever living space, not a big window, that you can walk out onto, their current interpretations, that is not allowed to extend into the setback.
So projection not defined in our code, the engineers interpret that as something that doesn't touch the ground.
Yeah, so the overhang, we've specifically listed in that simplified version that's an overhang projection. So it has to overhang as opposed to be an encroachment that's attached to the ground.
Listed at?
So it's in the proposal. What it says in subsection E that we're proposing in 10776 is eaves, roof extensions, and other ordinary projections of building features typically used in residential building construction may overhang into a required yard a maximum of 2 feet.
Right, I saw that. But projections implicitly, I guess, is doesn't touch the ground.
In this context, yes. As opposed to like, a bonus room or something where I've got an architectural feature where we've physically rounded out part of the building, so it's not within the envelope anymore.
So I have a question. So our setback in, let's just pick the front, is 30 feet. So if somebody's going to have the way this is written, a 2-foot something that overhangs into the yard, if somebody has just chosen to build their house 35 feet back this 2 feet does not limit their 2 feet from there, they could go 7 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm going to interrupt real quick with a request from home. We have people are having troubles hearing the board members. If y'all could pull the microphones a little bit closer, would appreciate that. Thank you.
Can you clarify the cantilevered buildings, how this addresses where the building itself is cantilevered out? Because if you're measuring it from the foundation, to me, the whole side of the house, it's not a projection, that's from a part of the building.
Yeah, so the way that you are currently measuring where the building starts pursuant to subsection A is in order to determine compliance with the minimum yard depth and width requirements of this section, measurements shall be made from the closest point on the foundation line of a qualified building. So if it's not part of the foundation, then it would count as part of this projection and would be limited to 2 feet.
So I think your point, Sarah, is that you could build the foundation to the edge, and this would allow you to build a cantilevered living space with a floor 2 feet out.
Yeah, I wouldn't call the whole building a projection though. So if you cantilever the whole side of the house out farther, that to me is not a projection. That's, projection is a small piece that's on the side, not the whole side of the building.
Yeah, and one of the arguments to be made on that also is that that's kind of an irregular way to construct things. And so I would say that it's not necessarily an ordinary, like if you got an entire wall of your home, that is, your foundation is set here and the entire thing is projected out 2 feet. That's kind of an unusual way to build homes.
The engineers indicated they were.
Not discrediting that, right? I mean, I know from visiting.
Because when we asked about that at the joint meeting specifically, and we did not have an example of it then.
I think there's that one right when you're coming up,
The engineers said that basically the foundation on that one was back from the setback line. They did not build the foundation all the way and then extend it.
I don't know that it's non-compliant with everything. I'm just saying that
that's a feature.
creates a confusion or a point of pushing the limit. They may not have done it yet, but that doesn't mean somebody else won't.
Right.
And we need to make sure it's clear where you measure from and what you are allowed to extend beyond that point.
So I think the concern you're saying is that you could, in theory, build the house, the full house directly to the setback and then literally extend the entire house 2 feet over into the setback, potentially.
The engineers, by the way, said they would not approve that right now, but I agree that the language doesn't necessarily, is not necessarily clear on that.
It goes back to mine.
To me, that's not a projection.
No, I don't think
Right.
that's a projection.
No.
If you can walk on it, it's
Could
probably
y'all
not
step
a
to the
projection.
microphone? We're also getting requests from home that they can't hear audience. I'm sorry. If y'all don't mind. Step up to
Yeah, I
the
view a projection as you can't walk on it.
Yeah, so the question here is ordinary projection, is that something that you can walk on or not? Because we also asked the engineer, same thing, if it's conditioned that extends in the setback, or if it's a second floor patio, basically you don't want people in the setback where we're supposed to have these buffers, even if we say that you can have a roof line extend or whatever else we decide that you can extend, you shouldn't have
But
people
this
there.
would allow a balcony, or no, I guess it would not.
Sure, other
Not
ordinary
more than 2
projections.
feet.
That
Yeah.
projection, so this would allow a balcony to
2
go
feet,
into
yeah.
the setback.
Other
To
ordinary
whatever, 2 feet or
projection.
some amount.
Right.
I mean, this is just begging to say what is was ordinary.
I know,
Definition.
that's
And you can
what-
think, oh, that's ordinary, right? We built our entire house 1 inch off the ground and built it 2 feet extra. That's ordinary. I mean, then you get into a debate of what's ordinary. You're saying, Mike, right? That like
Well, I see staff just struggling with, is this ordinary?
right.
But then I think I agree with most of it, but I feel like if some lots have constraints and if you want to push a fireplace out a foot to accentuate the architecture into the setback, well, why is that any worse than a bay window just because it touches the ground? It's not, you can't walk there, you can't occupy it, you can't use it, so
And there are some of the other city examples delineate,
that
you
allow
know,
for chimneys.
fireplace can
Yeah.
extend, or, they have specific, they
Is that
carve it up
true?
more, yeah, some of these,
I didn't realize that.
yeah.
They were in there.
Yeah, I
So
think
while-
it was,
so
I
while
think it was
this-
Texas City was one of the examples, and they had the chimney can.
So while this would be significant progress relative to the current code, which sounds extremely ambiguous that you could go 15 feet with whatever you want, this would at least cap whatever it is at 2 feet. I think the question is, does this still leave enough wiggle room where we're still uncomfortable with it being taken advantage of, even if it's only 2 feet? That's effectively what we're talking about.
Yeah, so as an example, Texas City is cornices, eaves, and sills, not more than 2 feet into a required yard, balconies, bay windows, and chimneys, no more than 3 feet into front yards or 2 feet into side and rear yards. So, I mean, there's, you know, a lot of different ways to
That's
skin the
getting at
cat.
what you were saying too around front, with the areas where you have a
Right.
little more buffer, 30 and 20 feet, maybe you are a little more generous there as opposed to the side yards.
Yeah, I could see being more generous on overhangs on front and
Right.
rear. It doesn't affect anyone
Yeah.
nearly as much as long as it's reasonable to, I mean, that's good shading and all sorts of stuff.
And I think, you know, I think you gotta do it marginally. I don't know that anybody would want 10 feet or anything like that, but maybe it's more than 2.
Are there examples of like this? Is it been permitted?
I know
Anywhere?
I know of one that I believe the eaves are, I think, 4 to 5 feet extending off of the building, specifically. So I know one has been constructed. I don't have any other examples of it, but
I think
do
we came to
have
the conclusion
one.
there's none quite like that, but you could do that based on the
Well,
current code.
not, but except that the building code doesn't let you do that, right? So you would have fire rating and clearance issues and stuff like that.
Right, if it violated a different section of, you know. Yeah.
But you're asking if there's any overhangs that go beyond the setback line? that
Well, I
have-
mean, I guess per the existing, someone could have built a porch all the way to the curb, right? Like a front porch?
I'm not sure of
I mean, is that-
porch.
I don't know if it could, there were some, I think there are some restrictions around covered,
If it's occupied? I mean, then this looks like, I mean, if this is allowed, right, you could have built a porch to the street?
I don't think currently they're allowing occupiable. I don't think anything that's occupiable they can extend into that setback currently. Is that how you read our code as it is currently, Bryce, or is this a further section? Yeah. I thought I did. Do you have that? Like one that extends to the full.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. It's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I would have to, we'd probably have to do more research to really answer your question. So there's two pieces every time that we look at homes and what you can do, right? We've got the zoning code that stipulates setbacks and yard space, et cetera, all of those requirements, height maximums. And then we also have building code, which categorically classifies things in a certain way. I like I said, I have to go back through and we'd have to look at your code and how it's been interpreted in the past. But, you know, if it doesn't have that foundational element, that's typically the piece on things like on porches and things, which is why people put, like covered porches in the front. You've got pillars for them typically, or you've got it mounted into pieces of walls, etc.
But if you could
And that's
cantilever
where
it out there,
that
maybe
spark
you could-
comes on.
You'd meet
Yeah,
your
if you
code.
don't, I mean, if y'all have not been enforcing, or depending on how you've been interpreting your existing code provisions, if you've not been limiting at all any of those projections in any way, I guess it would be possible.
yeah,
Um,
it couldn't have a foundation, I guess. But
Right.
you could extend the roof out and sit under it, you know, so then it's, I guess, a porch.
But again, I think both of the options in front of you help solve that issue of limiting that,
Right.
any of those encroachments or any of those overhangs to 2 feet.
I really do like the idea of being a little more generous in the front, in the back, than 2 feet. I just think it makes more sense. It's 30 feet of depth if it's, and again, not something egregious like 10 feet to your point, right? But something again, I don't have a benchmark, so I'm not at all qualified to say if it's 3, 4, 2.5. I have no idea. I just think the concept of doing something a little bit more in the front
the back as opposed to the side makes sense to me. But also agree that there needs to be a defined limit, which there's not today.
I like the idea of segregating the eave as one piece, and then with X number, and then the other elements with Y, something smaller or whatnot. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think
Yeah,
2
I've kind of
feet
gone
is-
back and forth on what, I mean, in general, I'm not a huge fan of putting a lot of limitations on good design. But it's tricky what, you know, and then weighing in what might feel like it encroaches on a neighbor. I generally would say 3 to 4 feet feels good to me, but I recognize if you're doing it on a 10-foot side and you're going 4 feet, that could
It's a lot.
feel, you know, like it's encroaching on the neighbor. you know.
Yeah.
But in a 30-foot deep front yard,
Right.
or even backyard for that matter, where there's gonna be another 20 feet of buffer in the neighbor's property, the 40-foot zone there, right? I think that's a lot different.
Yeah.
But-
The other things I was thinking about, I was just trying to think of all the different avenues for it. Another way you could do it is that you could extend X number of feet such that it is no closer to the property line than Y number of feet. So in other words, if you said, I want to give somebody flexibility to try to manage solar impact, and you know, I want them on the 15-foot side to have a little bit more flexibility than the 10-foot side is, you know, you can extend a maximum of 4 feet or whatever the number is, so long as, you know, that is not getting any closer than, you know, I don't know,
Well, it's also
11 feet from the
from
property
the,
line.
from the other eve, so we can tie it, make it even worse, where the first person in gets
No,
all the
I'm talking about-
rights,
I'm tying
like,
it to
just
property
take this
line.
horrible provision and just make it even more beautiful.
I'm talking about the property line, but that would be a way, or I thought of a percentage, you know, whatever, you know, because we have the complication of that you could have 15 feet on one side or 10 feet on the other side, or you have 13 and 12.
I think a lot of
is
cities do a
perc-
third of the
percentage.
setback.
Yeah,
I've
I'd been
seen
playing
that
around with
a
25%
lot.
or 30%.
Yeah, because it seems like if you have a 15-foot side setback, well, should you be able to put a bigger eve because, you know, your neighbor got there first and put in a 10-foot, you know, has a 10-foot setback, you know?
There's so much going on here that I don't know that we can actually light on a particular solution to this all. There's been some discussion here about a Band-Aid, and a Band-Aid would be something like just a 2-foot allowance that might be looked at again some other time. I don't know that we're ready to talk about that. I'm not sure that anybody feels good about it.
I mean, I would just say that I think Band-Aid's a little, is dangerous, so the guy's gonna
That's
be
right.
looked at it another
What can
time.
be- What's
and
more
then-
permanent than a Band-Aid?
Exactly,
Yeah, so
yeah.
what can we do to take this forward? It looks like there's a lot here. And I guess there's, you know, a lot of opinion around it. I kinda liked this idea that things were simplified and we got it down to something pretty small. But
I like simple too. I just,
Yeah.
I would, my initial thought, or my thought is 2 feet makes sense in the side yard, it should be something bigger in the front and back yard. Yet not something egregious,
Right.
whatever that means. I don't know what that number is.
Agreed.
3 feet, 4 feet, whatever that number is, we could talk about that, but
Right.
Yeah, and I kind of like delineating eaves versus other things, but it's this, that makes it more complicated, harder to take action. But, I mean, we
what
could
you
take
were
a stab
describing
at
a
it.
couple of minutes ago, if I, you know, taking some percentage of the distance between us and the property line and so on.
I mean, especially with the side yards, one's 10, one is 15. I mean, I guess that 5 feet, that obviously makes a difference. But does it make enough of a difference that you would want to add in that complexity of the code, or do you just want to have a hard number for side yards, right, and then a different number for the front and the back?
Well, what I played around with was like 25% on the side, which if you have 10 feet would be 2.5 feet. If you had 15 feet, it'd be 3.75. Yeah. I don't know if that's, if you had 13 feet and 12 feet, it'd be 3 feet and 3.25. I don't know, that was something I played around with. It didn't seem overly complicated. And then, yeah, I don't know, front and back. You know, I was just spitballing here. I wrote down 5 feet question mark.
Yeah. I think you wouldn't do a percentage in front and back, 'cause it would be
Right.
a really big number,
Yeah.
otherwise, or you have to have a
Or
very
you
low
have a small
percentage, right,
percentage,
yeah.
I
That
was
makes sense,
thinking,
Tony.
I was thinking a third on the sides, 5 on the front and the back.
I think I looked at a third too, and that wound up being a really odd number. It was not only, I mean, if you got 15 feet, it's 5 feet, that's not odd, but 10 feet is
Well, I
three
feel
and a
like
third
you see
feet.
a lot of like 4 feet. Like that's a pretty generous overhang. And realistically, if you're building a house, you're not going to put it right on the property line, probably. So if you want a 4-foot overhang, you're pulling it back
Right.
a little, and you can still get there. You know, and that's
That's the other
that's
thing
as-
too, yeah.
it's
You
about
you
as
obviously have
big
the
as-
option of not going all the way to the,
you can just
That's
not go
right,
as
yeah,
far.
yeah.
But I don't like doing that for the other stuff. I think that's the eve only. Like I don't think other projections should be able to go that far.
oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
the entire
I
house
agree
is
with that.
extended 4 feet into the setback. is
Well,
what
I don't
it
think you
is.
should.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be occupiable, whether
Yeah.
it's a
Okay.
you know a patio or whatever. But I
to deal
you know like the chimney thing. I feel like that's a good.
But I know exactly what you're talking
You know that
I-
gives
I
some
will sit
architectural
down.
flexibility that
Easier here.
you know is probably you know chimneys. In
Yeah.
this neighborhood, chimneys aren't ugly.
No more than 2 feet, you know.
So-
Okay, I'm a little confused. Whenever you say, you know, a percentage to the property line, isn't the property line, when we're talking about that, aren't we really talking about the setback? So we have 10
Property
feet.
line is your property, right?
Okay.
Well, encroachment into the setback.
Yeah,
is
well, I
right.
mean, we're still, we're talking about side yards, right? In side yard, you know, we have 10 feet to the side property line, right?
At a
That would
minimum,
be-
yeah.
That is the setback on the side,
Or 15.
right?
Yeah, or 15.
Or 12
or
and
anything-
13.
or anything.
Yeah.
Just
No-
Over a total of
No
25.
less than 10 feet.
So if I can probably solve y'all's issue
Yeah,
here,
right.
instead of talking about encroachment in, we can talk about encroachment as a distance from the property line. So if you have it, you know, so if we stick with the 2 feet piece as a concept as our base,
Okay.
that would be 8 feet of remainder,
Right.
right? So we can draft language for you that talks about your encroachments have to be at least 8 feet from the property line, right? Or
Yeah.
your overhang projections have to be.
But
at
that
least
may
8
not
feet from
work if you've
property
got the
line.
different side yards.
No, well, regardless of what it is, right? Because if I've got a 15-foot side yard on one side, my projection can go all the way up till 8 feet from the property line,
But we may not want a 7-foot,
No way.
yeah,
It's way too big.
overhang.
Yeah.
right? Or whatever that number is, right? Or however you do it. That is an option you have, and that'll be easier than dealing with percentages. And that way you still have that set cap on how far that can go.
But it could also be a maximum of 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever it is, no closer than X feet to
Sure.
the property line, or it could be a percentage, or.
I like a third of the yard because it gets you no closer than what is that? You know, 6.6 feet.
6.6,
You know, and that's the closest you ever get. You know, if it's a 15-foot setback, you only get to 10 feet.
Yeah, I'm personally fine with that. I feel like there's been a lot of discussion about 2, so I'm trying to be cognizant of that too.
I don't know. You made the
But
point.
I have no problem.
But we're only talking about eaves now,
Yeah,
right?
only
We're only talking about eaves. And so we were talking about something like 30% of a 10-foot. So we'd be,
that would be the worst, quote, worst case, most encroaching, yeah.
okay, on side yards. Front and back, we could do something else. Right?
Yep.
That's where we're at. Okay. We turn this into a motion.
Well, one more thing though, then, I think what we're saying though, I mean, that all makes sense to me, but I think the intent of what you're saying is that 33% is for livable or occupiable space,
Well, I think that's
right?
the roof overhang only.
Yes.
Right, so
I
then
think
you get
any,
we're
different-
only
any
talking about eaves.
other ordinary projections are, we call them 2 feet.
Are
2 feet. Whatever.
well, okay, so then that's the other key piece that needs to be worked in there, right? Because now there's 2 different components to
That's
this.
right. We have to,
Yeah.
we have to remove or separate the eaves from this portion.
Correct.
It's different.
And it sounds like as a Band-Aid, ordinary projections doesn't seem perfect. It's maybe a little bit broad. We do know that the engineers are reviewing it in the context of no livable. So they currently, what they told us is they would not approve a house with a cantilever, you know, where the foundation is to the yard line, setback line, and then allowing a full cantilever of living space, patio or interior. They would not approve that currently, so we know we have that. So we could say Band-Aid is ordinary projections works. We're solving the issue of having no limits. And then, you know, to your point, a Band-Aid can be more permanent. That would be a pretty easy thing to come back and redefine just ordinary projections if we want to start slicing and dicing further.
Right.
Why don't we just do that now? Is it what's the hesitancy to define projections? It's just not needed.
No, I think more that it'd just be harder to act on because we got to try to think through all of those projections.
Yeah.
So there are a number that have been proposed of projections in that first option for you, where we've really defined out
Yeah.
specific things that are allowed or not allowed. I mean, if you want the start of a list there. The other thing that I can always, have you think about is some communities don't allow any projections. Some communities only allow projections of eaves, period. Some do eaves and bay windows, and that's it. Because part of this is on the lot owner and the builder of that home to make what they want fit inside of the community's expectations. So the more we start tweaking and having these allowances for things going into the setbacks, I'll encourage you to start thinking of, should we be changing our setbacks instead? Right. So a lot of what I've heard from the commission of it is, hey, we're wanting to maximize these pieces, which is a little bit different than some of the, I guess, public comment has been as well, which is minimizing these things. And so what I would encourage us to think about is, how do you want to split that up? Right. And you may be able to say, Bryce, yep, that's great, noted. We're sticking with what we're talking about. But, just think about that, because at one point in time we go so far or so big that at that point we really should just start thinking about actual physical setback.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we're
I
talking
don't
about
think
maximizing
Okay.
anything. We're
I
talking
think-
about closing a loophole.
I think we all said that you can't walk on it, so I think that's a pretty key defining feature. I mean, maybe that's good enough. I don't know. Maybe you don't have to go and enumerate all the different pieces, but
So-
it doesn't seem insurmountable to define that.
It's not. It will be tricky to make a definition that does not that allows for the bay window potentially, that can be habitable space, but doesn't allow for what I'll call the enhanced bay window, where I really start getting that livable space and that kind of worst case scenario that was brought up. So I just want to let y'all know that, that'll add a piece of complication to
One
it.
of the examples from another city also said a bay window no wider than 10 feet, so you could also establish a width on there to limit somebody extending their whole house out. But again,
You
we're
could
just
limit
talking
the
about-
width of any protection, right? I mean, no wider than 10 feet anywhere.
I mean, I do
Mhm.
think the idea of having the number for eaves and then basically anything else just at a hard cap, I don't know, it's clean. I mean, I feel like that's a easier route than trying to get too more defined at that. I think just putting a hard cap in place and eaves, knowing that they're different, that's the roof, effectively.
So I think there's two things here too, though, that we need to keep in mind. This all affects if somebody's going to rebuild something or they're going to, build from scratch. But then the non-conforming stuff, we kind of lost track of that, I think. Because I like this simple one page and just let's pass it, get it done kind of thing. I just don't know what that's going to do to existing houses that may have most of the structure conforming, but this one little part is not. And that's, guess, my concern. But I think this one pager is pretty good. I think there's the eaves maybe could be a little bit bigger. You could make it a lot more complex. But I think we probably need to take some action today.
Definitely. And we just, you made me think of something. We did talk a little bit about this in the last meeting. I just want to confirm, it's not feasible to think that we could do a survey of homes in the neighborhood for any sort of if we did this, it would put this number of homes to become non-conforming, and that's like a big undertaking, right? That's not something that,
Right. Yeah. That
Yeah.
that would. Yeah. I mean, there could be maybe like some sampling, but I think it would all require some data collection that we don't necessarily have the manpower
yeah,
for.
the map or the
Yeah.
budget or anything like that.
You're right.
Okay, yeah.
But
Yes.
to your point,
Yeah.
but to your point, Mike, there are homes that are over the setbacks, I think currently, older homes.
Probably. Yeah.
And, you know, you couldn't, if you're doing a full remodel, you wouldn't be able to bump out your chimney on that side or do any, I guess you can't currently do anything if to that side of the house if it's non-conforming.
That's what, I was gonna ask the city attorney, what difference does it make if a house becomes non-conforming? Because once you're living there, if it becomes non-conforming, it does not change your ability to continue living there. It's only an issue if you try to modify it, right?
Or if you have a
And-
casualty, fire, et cetera.
Right, you just can't, you can't extend the nonconformity. And that was the comment that Amy made at the last meeting, was that that's kind of the whole point of this process, is that we are identifying things that are causing concern to the community because the limits are being pushed, and that because the limits have been pushed, there are houses that are being built beyond what people think is reasonable. And so by definition, if you are going to come up with something that the community thinks is reasonable, there will be some that are beyond that level. And if you don't make some of them non-conforming, then you haven't really solved the problem, right? Then you're just allowing the limit that has already been pushed.
I would hope that our focus is not on creating nonconformities, but rather solving a problem before it happens. That is, you know, trying to head off any kind of abuse of the code.
Well, I
I
think,
don't agree with what Amy had said. That she said that if you don't have any unconformities, what have you done? You haven't really done anything. And in
No.
my view, that's not right. What you want to be is in front of this thing so that you don't have unconformity.
well, we're already past that point. We've
We-
already missed the boat on
We-
getting in front of
horse
the
is
issue, so,
Right, the horse is out of the barn.
right.
But,
So
you
I
know,
think,
but the way, whenever you state it that way, it's almost like, well, we're trying to create nonconformities.
no, what we're trying to do is establish reasonable limits that we want to enforce in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And so, in the process of doing that, some of what we have already is gonna be beyond those limits. And it's not a matter of trying to create nonconformities, it's a matter of trying to come up with what we want the neighborhood to look like and what we want to enforce in the neighborhood, and not be so worried about whether or not some of the homes that are already here are going to be beyond that, but say, going forward, we don't want to have any more of those, and just make sure that we come to an agreement on what we want it to look like.
But I do feel like we're tasked with being cognizant and representative of every citizen too. So I don't think it's, I think it's a worthy question to say, how much nonconformity are we creating and what are the consequences to those people who have nonconformity of us doing that, which was your question to the attorney.
I don't think that's a guessing game. Like there's plenty of precedent out there for cities changing. I mean, when City of Austin did McMansion, they produced all sorts of non-conforming structures. I think, you know, your point, and I don't know how this works, but like, say one of those burns down, can those people rebuild that house? Like, you know, there is some.
And I think there's
some
a
tough- some
percentage
tough
damage
things in there,
threshold for that, yeah.
that are meaningful to think about, but you know, just the general, a change turning something into non-conforming doesn't insult me. I think that happens all the time, but I want to be conscious of, you know, those folks' rights and, you know, what does that leave them if,
Right.
if something came along that required a rebuild or whatever.
Mr. Chair, Brooke Brown, if I may, I can summarize for you what the current code allows as to non-conforming structures. I think that might be helpful to some of these questions. This is 107-422 of the code. If it's a non-conforming structure, first, it can be continued as long as it remains otherwise lawful, subject to the following requirements. It may not be altered in a manner that increases the nonconformity. It must be brought into conformity if 50% of the square footage is demolished, excluding a permit for interior construction or remodeling. Number 2, if it's moved, it shall conform to the regulations of the district in which it is moved. So those are 2 things. Then the provisions do not apply to the demolition of the roof of a building or structure. So if you demolish the roof, you've got to bring it into conformity. If the conforming structure other than a dwelling, an accessory building, is damaged or destroyed by fire or accident, the building official shall, upon application by the owner, issue a permit for repair or reconstruction, provided that the repair or reconstruction conforms with the current standards and will not increase the extent of the nonconformity. If it's the dwelling that's destroyed by fire or other accidental or natural causes, the building official shall, upon application by the owner, issue a permit for repair or reconstruction of the building or structure if that will not increase the extent of nonconformity. And nothing in the article as to nonconformity prevents ordinary repair, alterations or extensions to the nonconforming building or structure as required by law or ordinance. So there could be further amendment to this ordinance as to nonconformity. And nothing shall prevent the restoration to a safe condition of any nonconforming building or structure declared to be unsafe by the building official or other duly authorized official. So that's what you can do with a nonconforming building under the current code.
Right.
I mean, that all seems pretty reasonable. The compatibility in 116, which I don't know if there's any houses that apply because it's, you could be required to change your roof design if it was non-conforming and greater than 8,000 square feet, but there might be a few houses, but not many.
Yeah, I mean, that exists now, you know, I think there's some practical limitation on how the extent to which you can add on to an older home that's non-conforming, but that exists now. I'm not sure we're doing anything to exacerbate that.
I guess the point was that if your house is in a non-conforming, it affects the value of the place whenever it is that you want to sell it. That you have to bring that forward, that your house is in non-conformance, and it may impact. No? Oh. I don't know. I thought that's what I heard Amy Patella say.
Well, but how?
Please, yeah, please do. Yeah. I thought that's what I heard.
No, I actually was going to ask for leave really quickly because there might be people watching this later who might get confused because y'all, when you and Councilmember Hudson were speaking about Amy, I believe you were referring to Amy Rodnick and not me. I just wanted to clarify that that was what that conversation was about.
Well. Yeah.
just for the sake of if somebody is watching
Thank
the
you.
meetings for continuity.
Right.
In the research, just to quickly clarify, as I've researched this topic over the years, there is a stigma that can attach in the lending world to non-conforming structures. Actually, when we had our financial expert come during, I can't remember which meeting it was now, on the strike force, who came and talked about some of the different things that can affect lending, that was an issue that was raised then as well. And so, as I mentioned before, we have a larger amount of inventory right now in Rollingwood than normal, especially high-end inventory that potentially has been built out and is not tear down. And many of those buildings, I haven't surveyed them, but I would suspect, having looked at a few of them, may have eaves that are more than 2 feet right now on those homes into the side and rear setbacks. Again, haven't measured them, but the main point I had in bringing that up was just that I think that as we are undertaking this endeavor, I think there's a couple of different levers happening at the same time. And so potentially having that lever of saying, yes, we are going to pass some code to Band-Aid, and we are also going to consider mitigating the impact to existing and like homes that are in construction. So just for thought.
Thank you, Amy Patillo.
Yeah, I don't know how it works in residential at all, but I do commercial lending, and so if you have a property that's legal non-conforming, so there's non-conforming, which means it was not built to code at the time, it's just not correct. That's a whole different deal. If you're legal non-conforming, means the code has changed since it was built, and it would not be, you couldn't build a new property in that manner, whether it's setback or parking or whatever it is. And the lender reviews the rebuildability clause, so how much damage can occur before it can be rebuilt. And to the extent they don't like that, you're required to buy building and law ordinance coverage, that you have an insurance policy that you're legal non-conforming, you burn to the ground, and now I gotta build my whole building 5 feet over. The additional cost that creates to bring it into conformance, you have an insurance policy that pays for that added cost, and the lender is cognizant of that. Now, I have no idea if that same concept exists in residential or not, or if they review things in that level of detail. I mean, I'm working on much larger projects, but that's how it works in the commercial world. So.
I'd be kind of surprised if a roof overhang ever came up on a residential one.
I don't know that residential lenders have the capacity to do enough diligence to figure out, legal nonconformity, and I've never had it come up when I've been buying an insurance policy either. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're looking at the survey and seeing the foundation footprint. And if it's over the line, then yes.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're talking about. That's
Right.
a different matter.
So I think it's worth thinking about, impacts like that, but I kind of agree that with what we're talking about now, I'm not sure that we're, really moving the needle on that concept.
So if I could summarize what I think we've just landed on so far, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong here, is for side yards, we've thrown out for eaves 33% of the into the setback effectively, right? So
I guess
it's
we work on the language, but 33% into the required yard.
or excuse me, into the required. So if it's 10 feet, it's 3.5 feet, or 3.3 feet. If it's 15 feet, you could in theory do whatever, 5 feet, right? Everything else other than an eve, it's the hard 2 feet. Is that right? Does that summarize
That
it
does
right?
sound
And
right to
then,
me.
and then
Do we want to limit those in width? Like your 10 foot, or I don't know.
Well,
I don't
you
know what the
also
magic number
front
is,
and
but
back.
something. you
well,
know.
and then also front and back, we've thrown out 5 feet, irrespective of anything, with no percentages, no anything.
Eaves
But same,
Eaves only.
Eaves
Yeah,
only.
Eaves only, and then everything else still subject to 2 feet, no matter what it is. That,
And just thinking through the 5 feet, like I can picture in the front, you got your entrance and you
Yeah.
got a 5 foot, railing and whatnot. I guess the backyard, and I guess the front, but you could also, we need to be cognizant of that means your entire front eve could extend out 5 feet. So if somebody chose to, you could have the.
it's like massive thing.
Well, and I,
Maybe that's okay. Maybe it's not.
do we want to clarify that, like, if you extend out in the front 5 feet, you're probably doing it because that's your entry, is then not going to turn around and bite you, and, well, now it's a porch and it's not an eve,
Yeah.
so now you can't do it.
Which gets into the width.
I mean, or do we want to allow that, or do we not?
Width
There
would
was
solve
a
that,
concept of foundation
Yeah.
where, and I guess that on a front porch, I guess your foundation typically does,
We could just stop at foundation and now it's flat work. No, it's not actually foundation, it's just like driveway.
Yeah, you're laying on nice paver stones or whatever, right? Yeah, I mean, you could get around that. I guess width would solve that issue, right? If you put a width, like on the width,
Yeah.
right? Like, so
Although that's a
Yeah, are we,
although
are
that's
we
a width of an
envisioning
eve
wanting
instead
to
of a-
allow, you know, do we wanna allow just the roof line to extend further out in the front and back without limitation, or are we trying to account for rain not coming into your back door and front door?
You got this? Ready to draft away?
Well, I've already been drafting until you just threw that new monkey wrench into this. So you're gonna have a really hard time textually addressing this concept of, well, I know it when it's an overhang and that's a porch and not an overhang in the front, right? We're gonna have a real hard time writing a code to that. Now, if you put a width on it, I mean, that is functional and doable. I think that you run the risk of, if the goal of this is to say, hey, we can have this 5-foot projection in the front yard, I think it just may be funny. So I will read you some language that I put together based on this conversation that y'all have been having, and so maybe this gets you a little closer, and you can tell me where I'm still off here. Eaves may overhang into any required side yard a maximum depth of 33% of the required side yard. Right, so there's our 33% in. Or we can do it as 1/3, right, if we don't want to do 33.333, whatever you want. Next sentence will be, eaves may overhang into any required front or rear yard a maximum of 5 feet. All other ordinary projections of building features typically used in residential building construction may overhang into any required yard a maximum of 2 feet. I also have a subset if y'all want to deal with the habitable space to say projection shall not contain habitable space except for bay windows, and I used your 10 feet wide example, 10 feet wide or less. And so that'd be the only habitable space projection we would allow, which would address the existing bay windows that we have in the community, unless you are aware of any that are really, really, really wide.
Can we limit the any projection that isn't the eave to 10 feet, not just bay windows, but anything, everything?
10 feet?
Width. Like you can't have a projection that's 40 feet long.
You can't have a 30-foot wide chimney.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If I may, what you might then see is a series of 10-foot wide balconies.
Well, what I was gonna add to what you just said is, in no event can a projection, like, can you, I don't know, it's not floor area. You can't walk on it. It can't be at the same level as the floor or whatever. Like, that's a bay window. A bay window is not a Juliet balcony. Those aren't the same, right?
You're still limited to 2 feet. So even if you did it 40 feet, you're 2 feet, right?
Yeah, but then you've sort of usurped the building line and you've gone over the whole
Or,
thing.
or you just say other structure, what is it, other ordinary projections, and then could you just say below that, other ordinary projections, does not allow for, again, hard to define, but, occupiable, occupiable projections. I mean, would that, is a bay, I mean, would
Well, I
a
feel
bay
like
window be occupiable?
I think the concept of it doesn't touch the ground, although it doesn't work for chimneys, is hard. I don't know if it's how you say you just can't walk there, right? Whatever
So
that
none
is.
of what we've said will allow you to have a traditional bricked out chimney to the ground, encroaching into the required yard.
It also just said at the end, a chimney may be no wider than X and can extend no further than Y. I mean, just a sentence on chimney. That would be the one thing that you can build at the ground level, is a chimney.
I think I agree with that.
So you have special call.
You have special call-outs for eaves and chimneys, and everything else is
Is
subject to,
another
is another projection subject to 2 feet. And then you have special provisions for eaves and chimneys. That's effectively what we're saying.
Go ahead.
Please.
Microphone.
Microphone.
Get on the microphone.
Yeah, right.
I'm Sandy Keller. I'm at 307 Inwood Road. And I feel like we keep losing sight of one of the things that our consultant has said, which is it should be somewhat incumbent on the architect, the designer, the builder to try to stay within the zoning ordinances that the city has put up. I feel like you're just torturing yourselves to try and make sure that you can accommodate a variety of different variances or exceptions. And I do understand your desire to try to be flexible, but I think you keep forgetting about that basic concept of we have a set of ordinances, and people who are coming de novo into the city should try to be somewhat compliant with what we've established. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of disagree in that we're starting with no limitations whatsoever right now, and we're trying to address that and also make sure that all of that discussion is to make sure that nobody's going to abuse this and build an extended living space into it. So we're trying to close that loop, I think, is where we're going round and round.
I understand that. I just wanted to put forward the idea that we have a basic set of concepts already in place, and don't lose sight.
That currently allow for you to build an overhang is unlimited, yeah.
I'm familiar with that, yes.
Okay, I didn't introduce myself last time I spoke. Sarah Hudson, 2805 Rockaway. I think the point that Sandy is trying to get to is that you keep trying to figure out what all limitations you can put on all different pieces. The simplest thing would be to say all parts of the building have to be within the setbacks.
It's pretty succinct.
I mean, that way you don't have to figure out how far you can extend, you know, what differences between things, whether the chimney can go out, whatever. You say, here's the setbacks, build within this envelope. And that way you don't have to put any limitations. That way we have defined all the parameters and everybody's clear on what is allowed.
I completely agree. That's the simplest. I think my perspective is, and that's the type of thing that's a larger departure from what is currently allowed, and that's the type of thing that I think we should review in a more comprehensive, full residential zoning. That's my personal view.
Yeah, I look at it like this needs a fix. I think, I don't want to say it's urgent, but I think we should do something on this. But this is one little piece of a more complicated puzzle, and you know, if you want to talk about trees and height and all these other factors, you have to give some flexibility if you want to, you know, force people to protect a tree here. Well, they might have to push and massage, and so I want to be very careful with this that we don't overstep and we make sure that we nick this big problem in the bud as opposed to take it too far.
I think too, if you want houses to all be built like boxes that are straight up and down at the setback line, that's the way to do it. Limit it to 0, you know. But I don't think that actually there's too many of those being built right now here in Rollingwood, and I don't think that zoning ought to promote ugly. It ought to promote wise architecture. We ought to be giving opportunity to do the right thing to the architect.
They have that.
I'm sorry?
I said they have that opportunity already.
Well, sometimes our lots are funny design. Yeah, some of our lots are kind of odd, and you know, designing to the lot can be difficult.
I mean, I think what you said makes a ton of sense. I want to acknowledge, like, simple is good, right? Yet at the same time, from what I've gathered, we have like nothing today, right? And so I think my first goal is that we make some progress here without like stifling or potentially putting a ton of homes into non-conformity. I think at least what we've put forward here, whether or not we have a chimney call out, because I agree with you, we don't want, okay, well then what's the next exception? We have 9 possible call out provisions for 9 different types of things. I don't think we want to do that either. So I think there's a balance act. I really want to make sure after like 3 of these meetings, we don't walk out of here with nothing and more deliberation. So I at least want to make some progress,
Agreed.
you know,
Yes.
and like, I feel like we've at least come up with something that will stem a lot of like I feel like I've used the word egregious like 9 times tonight, but like the egregious issues that are happening, and then I think it's still incumbent on us as a commission, if we feel this is a Band-Aid or an initial approach to something that needs to be further vetted, that we hold ourselves accountable to doing that very quickly, and this doesn't become something that 10 years from now, people are saying, oh yeah, that was something they did back in 2022, and they did it as a short-term solution. So I guess, I just wanted to say, like, my goal here is to at least come out of this with some progress that stems the tide of the problems that I think we all acknowledge we're seeing, and then continue to progress on it.
And I will say, every example that we were given from other cities has nuance and different tiers of things. So there's a part of me that keeps trying to not have delineated multiple options, but I will say every other city example that we've been given has at least 2, 3, 4
Like call
separate,
outs.
Yeah. Chimney, overhang, whatever.
So we've discussed 2, eaves and chimneys, effectively, right? And then everything else, to the point of simplicity, is subject to a 2-foot, no questions asked maximum. Is that correct?
Do we feel like we need a better definition of projection, or we're just gonna live with the interpretation as it exists today?
Well, I've been reading that as like, it doesn't matter, it's just anything,
Yeah.
right? Just like, literally, if
Something
you were
that's
to
beyond the
take a
foundation.
ruler out and go
Anything
2
allowed in the
feet, right? Like,
foundation.
Anything without a foundation,
Yeah.
excluding a chimney.
And,
Or
and
an
it's
eave.
currently being,
yeah,
currently not allowing balconies and cantilevered living space. So that's currently how they're interpreting it, but do we want to
Say that
tighten that up?
specifically,
Yeah.
probably. Yeah.
probably, yeah. So how do we draft all that into a piece of language? Because I would imagine that you would want some sort of official motion put forth here around
That's
some
right.
specific language. Is that right? Or is it a motion around the intent or the essence of what we discussed for city council to then flesh out into actual language?
I do want to confirm here if could we make those changes and still push those forward, or would that need to be, if they're understandable and we can all agree on them, can those go to council in this?
I would say, I mean, if it is in the form of a motion and that can be put into or incorporated into that report, then that is the recommendation that is coming forward from P and Z. Because I think we're just talking about amending and revising E, correct? And we're kind of just breaking it out into some different parts. I certainly think if you want to do each one of those individually, or if you want to do those all together, to me, that's the recommendation from P and Z. If those pass with a motion.
Agreed. I'm wondering, for the motion itself, for the changes to E in this document, do we need to be very specific or even put something in writing right now for that motion to be recommended and passed? Like, you know what I mean? I think we've kind of done it here. but
I was supposed to say, I think you
like, do we need to
have.
be
Yeah,
much
I
more,
mean,
like, descriptive there?
I guess I would ask Bryce as far as what he's drafted, but I mean, I think
I think he was
definitely
getting
if
pretty
you
close
can,
to it.
if it is close,
Yeah.
then
he's
yeah.
getting pretty close to it.
So here's what would
Yeah.
be helpful, because
Right.
obviously we'll have to create language to take to city council with
Yeah.
an ordinance as it moves forward, is when you make your motion, if you will include, blah, 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 we motion to, a recommendation in favor, or, we motion to recommend approval of this change and specify which change it is with the following changes, and I would say changing subsection E, and then list out those things that you want. So we want, eave overhang only in the side yard to be a maximum of 33% of that side yard. Eave overhang in the in the front or rear yards to be 5 feet. All other projections into the required yards to be 2 feet. Chimneys, I would just say chimneys may encroach into required yards a maximum of, what were you all saying, 2 feet?
2 feet?
2 feet as well, and so we'll just
No
list that off
wider
as a
than-
separate piece.
And
Do
no
we care about
wider
that, or
than
is
10
it chimney?
feet.
Is nobody going to abuse that?
I think we should limit any projection or chimney to 10
Agreed.
feet.
Okay.
And then exclude balconies, or
Yeah, maybe, I was thinking
Other-
about, no ordinary projection may include interior or exterior floor space. How about that?
I think that's.
Meaning you can't walk on it?
If I may, I am concerned that, if you put a width limit on a you're thinking bay window, now you can have bay window 10 feet wide. If you're thinking,
Rockwell, you step to the microphone.
Chimney.
oh, sorry,
No worries.
that's the concern Sorry, this is Brooke Brown, 307 Nixon. I'm concerned that if you put a width on the projection, then you are authorized, let's think of the eave. The eave is going to be as wide and as long as the house is wide and
We're
long.
not talking about eaves for this. This
Oh,
is everything.
These are
else.
just for the
Yes.
ordinary projections,
For
other ordinary. projections.
For other projections, if you're thinking about a width requirement, that eve could extend, I mean, that other projection could extend, then you're saying a bay window could be 10 feet wide, or you could have a series of 10 feet wide projections. And I don't think you want that either. You know, it would only require that you separate a projection by an inch, maybe. So is that really what you're trying to accomplish? Is that an ordinary projection?
But if you don't put a width limit on it, it could be 50 feet in theory, right? I mean, somebody could build
go.
something.
Or it would be a non-ordinary projection.
But then I guess
is-
into the right definition of ordinary, I guess, right? A 50-foot wide bay window would
Exactly.
definitely not be ordinary, but
That's what I'm trying to balance. That's the concern I have, that you would, a builder would come up with something that's not an ordinary projection, but because you can do it 10 feet wide or a series of 10 feet wide things, that it then becomes permitted.
I hear that. I just think you. I mean, in City of
I think
Austin,
I
dealt
would
with
be more
that.
comfortable with ordinary projections typically found on a building than I am putting width authorizations, basically.
Well, why not leave both? Ordinary projections not to exceed 10 feet. So then, you know, you kind of get it on both sides.
She's saying you could wind up, I mean, I can't really think of many other examples, I'm sure I'm missing something, maybe bay windows, so if you think of it in that context, you could have multiple bay windows an inch apart, you know, you also have to have some trust that people are trying to build something reasonably attractive, you know, and not.
Well, and I think then you trust the building official that it's, 10 feet in this case is ordinary and 10 feet in this case is not ordinary.
Well, the ordinary language is terrible. And
Yeah, it's
super
very
subjective.
problematic.
No matter what,
It's a
so-
lot better, I would just say it's a lot better than permitted projections. And so we are getting more definable standard where there's none today.
So you think if you say 10 feet, you think that gives more flexibility than if you say nothing?
I think it authorizes anything up to 10 feet, even if it's unusual, non-ordinary.
Even if we keep the ordinary language?
I'd rather keep the ordinary language, ordinary projections typical in residential building. I've forgotten exactly what I said.
What do the city officials think about?
A building features typically used in residential building. An ordinary projection of building features typically used in a residential building construction.
And then if you use that, for lack of a better term, who's the judge? The city engineer?
The building official,
The
city building official.
is the judge of this is ordinary or not per my judgment.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay.
So
This
how-
is
how
this
does
is
the building-
typical
That's
or
open
not
to
typical.
challenge, right?
Sure, it,
I mean,
it
are
could
we
be
trying to,
appealed.
like, clean up
Right.
this
It could.
mess?
It could, but it's at least you've got a standard where today it's permitted projections, where there is no
Well, I'll
standard
ask
of
this,
what's
I mean,
permitted.
what other projections are we trying to cover besides bay windows and chimneys?
Porches.
Well, no, we've said we won't allow a balcony.
Oh, we have some
Yep.
comments here. All right, let's do it.
Yes, Kendra, yeah, would you like to speak?
Sure. Hi, Kendra Rollison, 304 Vale, 301 Wallace. Sorry I wasn't able to make it tonight, but I appreciate all the discussion, and it sounds like there's a pretty good consensus as to moving forward with a plan on revising at least this specific provision. I would just ask that, I would personally like to see the revised language circulated and then have a public hearing as it relates to that revised language before the commission makes a recommendation to the council. I personally think that kind of taking a step back and assessing revisions prior to implementing them is always a good practice. So I would like to suggest that perhaps the drafter of the language does that, it's circulated, and then next month there's a final hearing before the commission takes action and recommendation to council at that time. So thank you, that's all I had.
Thank you. Was there anyone else up there?
There were two more, yeah.
Yes. Is that Emily? Yeah, that's Kendra. So who else wants to
Yeah,
speak?
it looks like
I
Emily
can't
and
make it out.
Hunley.
Emily, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Hi.
Oh, there you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Apologies.
Yes.
Hi. I also wanted to weigh in and second what Kendra Rollinson said. I'm at 601 Ridgewood. This is a sensitive topic, and I believe that it is something that not just the group that's sitting here on Zoom or in person should have a voice, opinion, and thought on, and would appreciate more of a open forum conversation with the community as we move forward. Appreciate obviously all the thoughts, comments, and feedback from tonight. I think it's been a wonderful conversation, and hope that we can open it to a broader group and make sure that we've tackled and covered all the concerns, issues, and feedback, so that again, as we move forward as a community, that we're all on board on the same page. Thank you so much for your service, and appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. I'd love to say one thing to that also. I mean, I think it's worth calling out. That's a very good point, and I agree with that. We've had several public hearings, and there has been somewhat minimal participation from the community. So we've gone and tried to, whether it's texting, engaging with other community members, and trying to get more engagement from the community. So
Even postcards.
yeah, everything we can do. So I think it's great, Kendra, Emily, and everybody, that we do continue to try to get more community involvement, A. B, I think this is at least the first time for me that I've seen some very specific language being put forth for a motion that perhaps like disseminating that very specific thing across the community, other than, hey, we're having a public hearing to talk about some very broad topics, will encourage more participation, because people will see something very specific and say, I want to talk about that, as opposed to something just broad around zoning.
Isn't
I don't know.
what's happening though, we have opened it up to public comment here for this meeting, and it will also be opened up for public comment at the upcoming council meeting, right?
Correct.
So what we're doing today, I think, is putting together a recommendation that would go to city council. Anybody who wants to comment on that recommendation can still do that. It'll happen. That will also be an open hearing. I think that what we're doing right now is exactly what we were asked to do. We're having our public hearing. People are having an opportunity to comment on it. Those comments are being taken seriously into what it is we make our recommendation. And
Can we hear from Wendy?
Yes.
yeah, is it Wendy? I
Yes.
can't make this out from here.
It's Wendy or John.
Yeah, who has
Oh,
Or both.
Could you open it up?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear
Okay,
you,
sorry,
you
I
can
couldn't.
hear us.
I'm having a little delay on my side. So I just wanted to thank you guys for being up here and considering these issues. I do think that having a public hearing in December on a zoning change is not a time when you're going to get a lot of public participation. Also, the way that this item was posted was so broad, I think, that it's hard to know kind of what really the motion would be that would come out of this meeting. I personally feel like
setbacks are sacred. I think they're important. I think we need to have setbacks to protect our neighbors and our privacy. But I do think that these things can have unintended consequences. And I personally haven't had enough time to go dive into the code and say, oh, well, there's things that can be added, and we're gonna list those things off. And then there's other parts of the code that say things like fences and walls can be there. But there's a lot of other parts of the code, and I don't think that that's actually been hashed out. And is this going to take us back to having moats on our yard? Are we not going to be able to have our drainage facilities in our setback? I haven't been able to determine that because I have to go and read the code and really understand. So I think what I would love to see is some really good discussion going on like what y'all are having, and come up with some language or ask our attorney to draft some language and then have a public hearing on that exact language. Because what I fear could happen is, and I'm not saying it would, but with this broad agenda item that has been posted for public comment, if y'all make a motion and then it goes to city council with this broad language, they can change anything they want and they have a supermajority to do it. So I do think it's important as a community for trust that we all have specific language that we're looking at where we're not going to feel like the carpet is pulled out of anyone. And I don't think anyone's trying to do that, but I do think because these kind of issues can be very contentious, that time and understanding, why not get some illustrations that show what these projections look like if they're 5 feet, 4 feet, 3 feet, 10 feet? Why not get some illustrations to show what that looks like? Why not make sure that we've reviewed the other parts of code to see what would be excluded? I personally think that the word setback needs to be brought back into our vocabulary as a city, because this yard definition is just causing so much confusion. And the fact that the council came and they removed setback a couple of meetings ago off of our plats and now has erased it from our vocabulary makes things all the more confusing. So that's my comment. I really do hope that y'all take some more time, that you do draft some language, and that we do post it so that we can have a community conversation about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
I have a couple of questions for building official, hopefully. Has the pace of construction permits slowed recently based on economic changes? And do we generally know when a permit submission is for a spec home versus a custom home for a resident?
Nikki Dykes, Development Coordinator. So I can't really tell you if things have actually slowed. We've finally gotten things on track since we were without somebody in this position for a little while. I do believe it is going slower. Just by the sheer volume of things that are coming in. But it's so it's kind of hard to actually say whether or not it's slowed or not. For a spec builder, you really don't know. Sometimes they will put an LLC as whom the owner is. Sometimes they'll put a name, but it's actually going under a spec company. So you really don't know. And sometimes, you'll actually go to CAD to look, and CAD may not be adjusted per, who's actually applying, because, they could jump on it. So
the reason for that question was, we all have this sense of urgency to accomplish something. I think in part that was created. I've never had a kind of a special called joint City Council Planning and Zoning meeting, which is when this issue was brought up, and there was a sense of urgency expressed with that. And so I think we all want to accomplish something. We don't want to keep talking in circles. But my thought was too, is we've kind of created this sense of urgency. If we wait a month to put specific language in place to get more eyeballs on it, is that the end of the world at this point? We're gonna have one other home that's submitted in that time. Probably not likely to have another spec home submitted right now, is my guess. And then my second question was back to the 10-foot wide, ordinary and 10-foot wide versus just ordinary. I'm curious if building officials, city officials have any opinion on that from a review standpoint, ambiguity standpoint.
I'm not sure I understand the question, the 10-foot.
So,
Why?
going back to Councilmember Brown's thoughts that her personal preference would be not putting a specific width number on anything because that might have worse unintended consequences than the inherently vague, just plain ordinary might have. I'm curious if any of the people reviewing these plans or in the business of planning and reviewing plans, you know, as their job, have an opinion on that.
Bryce, any thoughts? Sorry, it's not, planning is not my business, so.
Sure. So it's kind of intended to be a bit vague, right? Because it's very difficult. It can be difficult for us to capture every possible thing. And so there's a couple different options we have when we write codes. You can list things that you allow. You can list things you don't allow. You can list things that you do allow and you don't allow. That last option makes the code the most difficult to work with, right? When I tell you what you can do and also what you can't do. So that being said, we put in some discretion so that we could try to capture those things. If the sentiment of the commission and ultimately of council is, we're good with general projections, doesn't really matter what it is, just can't be more than 2 feet, then I think that the ordinary language works. If there are concerns about, and there have been some items raised this evening, if there are concerns about certain things that we don't want, if you don't want that Juliet balcony, or you don't want these other things, then it may be worth taking the time to create an exhaustive list that we check off, here's what we do or don't want. And listing those things out that way for that clarity. Functionally, as it's written right now, city staff would interpret this code and make a determination on if it would be ordinary or not. And if the applicant disagreed with that, there is an appeal process where the applicant can actually typically appeal decisions from the administrative official in enforcement of the, or in administration of the zoning ordinance.
Appeal to who?
Board of Adjustment.
Board of Adjustments.
Mhm.
And then they will make a final.
So yeah, so Board of then goes as an appeal to Board of Adjustment. Board of Adjustment puts on their city staff hat. They listen to the argument, they read the code, and they provide a final interpretation. So they can agree with the city staff member, they can agree with the applicant, or they could come up with a completely different option and say, this is what this piece of code means.
I thought those kinds of decisions came to planning and zoning, not the Board of Adjustment.
So not when it's an appeal to a city administrator, to the city officials' enforcement of the zoning ordinance.
Isn't with Board of Adjustment, don't you have to show some sort of distress or?
So that's for
hardship?
variances.
Yeah.
That's one of their main roles that y'all
Okay.
probably regularly see them,
Yeah.
because appeals to administrative decisions are pretty rare. I think I've done in doing this for over a decade. I think I've done 1 appeal, maybe 2.
Have we had any here?
No.
Appeals to granting of permits?
Well, we've done variances and special exceptions, but I don't think we've done an appeal since I've been here.
Yeah, so there's
Um,
variance, I wanna do something
Yeah.
that's not allowed, and here's my hardship, and here's my reason why, that's one
Right.
thing. The other one is, I disagree with you.
Yeah, have y'all issued any permits where you've been
It's-
challenged and gone to the BOA?
And it's gone to the BOA. I don't believe so since I've been here.
So City of Austin has openness of required yard section, windowsill, belt, course, cornice, flue, chimney, eave, box window, cantilever, bay window, blah, 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 blah.
Mhm.
So they were specific.
Yeah, you can be, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it's really what the commission wants, or what the commission's opinion that the community wants is, right? And so if you want that specificity, we can come back to you with that specificity. I can't rattle off every possible element from from the podium right now offhand. Unfortunately, my depth of architecture knowledge is not that deep.
Well, I was just like, maybe we piggyback City of Austin. They spent a bunch of money and time on it. Maybe we just,
Oh, sure. Well, and more than likely what would happen is we would look through a number of different places to create as exhaustive of a list as we could to let y'all go through it and line item pick and choose what you want, if you want to go that route.
So here's one more question, I think, for city attorney. So we have options. We can you know, make a motion based on some language, whether it includes a list or is the ordinary, ordinary. So if we make a motion to recommend something, whether it's very specific or more broad to council, what does that mean the next step is for council? Are they forced to make a decision on something that we have proposed?
They would take the commission's recommendation, and then they make their own determination.
If we,
So
Or
so
some
so,
to make no-
so
okay.
if we recommended 5 things to, you know, like some clarification pieces today, go draft some language, and then that language goes to council. We don't get to see that again, and then they either approve it wholesale or could modify it, provided that there's the votes to pass it and modify it however.
I think
Or they could kick it back to
or
us,
they can,
right?
yes, exactly. I was about to say, I think
Yeah.
there's that third option of they could say, we think this needs more discussion on X, Y, and Z, and send it back to you.
Send it back to us, and that could also include another public hearing around what was sent back to us. Is that correct?
You can always do that.
Okay.
It seems to me that, you know, we've given the opportunity for the public hearing, and it's twofold, here in city council, and the public has the opportunity to discuss this here in a couple of weeks. It's great. I think that we are in that conversation right now. If it gets kicked back to us, I don't really see why it would need another public hearing.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is I think that one of the other things that we're trying to accomplish is transparency and trust across the community.
Yes.
For sure. I think it's a
Agreed.
very important
Agreed.
thing.
Agreed.
I will agree with some of the comments that were made that sometimes these postings can be ambiguous, or people don't exactly know specifically what's on tap. We're talking about building height, right? I know, and I've never seen anything as when I was a citizen, I'm new to the commission, right, where there was some specificity around what we wanted the public to show up and talk about. And so that's all I'm saying, that tonight, I think we've done good work and actually started to get to some very specific things that people can look at and go, oh, I actually can really look at that and understand what that would mean for me and my house. And I just think that's a good thing, and I think it would be interesting if we put that out there to see if would a whole bunch more people show up in here and have thoughts on that. And then the next question would be, is that is that what we're trying to accomplish? I think it is. I think we're trying. This is not a, can you paint your house a certain shade of a color? This is a very heavy, important topic. That's all I'm saying. Is that I would hate to try to pass a motion tonight, and it goes and it gets written to the code, and then we have the vast majority of the members of the community saying that was done under the veil of night. That's what I'm trying to prevent.
Right.
So it was posted as limiting projections to 2 feet, or that was the
No.
motion
No.
that spurred this, right?
no, it was just, something about yard.
Right,
Right.
just
Do we
because
have
we
the
wanted to
postcard?
ensure that,
Yeah.
as this discussion has gone, in a large circle and touched other topics, that we didn't just post it, oh, well, we're just gonna look at 2 things, because you're not. You're looking at a whole host of things, and as new conversation comes up and ideas and concerns, you wanna be able to have that latitude that's what the conversation you've had. That was what my understanding was, is it originally came out of that original limited motion, and as the discussions have evolved, they have expanded. And so we tried to make the language such that, yes, we are identifying it's your residential zoning code. We are identifying that it is the depths and widths of your yards. Those are the actual provisions that we are looking at modifying within your residential zoning code. But if you feel like there needs to be more specificity, or it needs to be narrower, that can be done as well. But that's why it's done that's why where we were at.
Do you have any concern with Amy Patillo's point around the original motion being X and it evolved into something more? Is there any issue there?
In looking at the language, I think if that's what you were referencing, is the 107. I apologize. Let me pull that up real quick. Regarding how city initiated.
Oh, yeah.
Comes up under, is it 415? I apologize, I'd switched over to non-conforming. My recollection is that language is that it can be initiated by the council or commission on a motion, and so
So we can
I've
just make
not
a
seen
fresh
it just,
motion
I've not
today.
seen it come where that motion is, then you gotta go get another motion. If you wanna talk about anything that wasn't in that original motion, you've gotta come up with another motion. It's, what did that motion start, the topic, and are we on that same trail, we're on that same path of what this conversation and these sections and provisions are?
And we're free to make our own motions anyways, it sounds like, so we can just.
And then I'll ask another question procedurally. If we made no motion, if we said, we've had good discussion, here's some bullet points that we'd like to see addressed in the code language, you know, staff, could y'all go work on that and bring it back, but we make no motion to take action, what does that enable or not enable council to do? You know, does that mean they still have the flexibility to decide they like this language and we're gonna approve that? Or, you know, does us making a motion or not making a motion, what impact does that have on council at the next meeting?
Right. If we just get direction here and don't have a motion and a recommendation put forward to city council, that hearing that was noticed for would be canceled at the city council level. So they would not hold that hearing in December. It would come back for your final recommendation. And I would have to check, depending on if we would need a re-notice for a new public hearing. I believe we probably would if we were going to narrow that scope at that point, which we can do.
And
It
we've
is
already noticed for the city council?
we did those in one notice to catch, just in case we were able to run both of those. If we did renotice again, we would, it's a longer than a 30-day lead time, so we probably couldn't get it done by the January meeting, because there is a requirement per our code for a 30-day notice to the city and then 15 days in a newspaper. So just getting all of that organized and getting those notices out would probably take 45 days.
I think we ought to get something together here and get it out so that it can be reviewed by city council and the public does have an opportunity to at least see what it is we came up with.
Maybe do something. So.
Would you recognize the name of
Oh, Amy Patel?
I think I can say this really succinctly. I mean, whatever y'all decide to do, I appreciate all of the thoughtful comments. The point that I was trying to make earlier is we had a progression of the motions, and only one specific motion actually that initiated all of this that I can see that qualifies as a motion to start a zoning change. That motion was related to what sticks out in the air. As the conversation has progressed, there have been a lot of side conversations during that joint meeting and other meetings about what can be on the ground. And so what I would suggest is that right now you have a very broadly noticed public hearing today where you could also be proposing amendments to what can go on the ground. And y'all are contemplating passing an amendment recommendation up to council that's related to what can go in the sky. But it is noticed broadly enough where my experience as a council member is when it gets to the council and you say, what's the scope of the power that I have sitting here as a council member right now? What's the scope of decisions I can make? The scope of that agenda item that has been noticed is the sky and the ground. It is the yard. So that is the point that I was trying to make, is that while you all have been having a conversation about a very narrow part of what has been noticed is very broad. And like I said before, I'm not your legal counsel, so if I'm incorrect, I'm incorrect. Also, legal counsel changes the guidance they give to different bodies over time, so that may have been my understanding as a council member. When I was on the council, that may not be the guidance you get now.
So I think another thing to say, if we make a motion and send something to council, whatever that is, we are giving council latitude to then have their public hearing and make a decision, change the code at the next meeting. If our collective thought was that we don't feel comfortable that we vetted this enough or that we've reviewed specific enough language. And we would rather there not be code changes made at the next meeting than you would not make a motion. I think those would be the two options as I see them. So it's collectively, are we comfortable enough that we have an understanding and can communicate something to city staff that they can draft that we think we're gonna like, because we've made a motion to allow them to do that and present it to city council, and they have the opportunity to change the code in the way that recommendation comes through, or in other ways. Or we say, we make no motion, we ask that you bring back language to us to review one more time, maybe with a public hearing that's more narrowly structured, and then city council has the opportunity to take action after that. I think those are the two paths.
I think we've already achieved comfort to send something to city council. I think we're somewhere to the point where we can put something together that will go up. I think too, that city council is gonna probably have as much discussion around this as we've had. And there's a very good chance that there's gonna be some exception to it, and it may come back to us for additional consideration.
So, procedural question on that, I guess, is like if we make a motion that we think specific enough that we trust that the language is gonna be what we want, and we send that to council, they can pass that with a majority, right? Or if they wanna change it, can they change it and then pass it with a supermajority? Change it to whatever they want.
I guess yes. I mean, whether it's what you have sent forward or whether it's their own rendition, they can approve that.
So we could send forward this 1/3 and it can get to council and it could turn right back into this. So, excuse my ignorance, but is it fair to ask our council members how they feel about this discussion? I mean, if the answer is no, I can't ask that, then that's fine, but I'm just curious.
I think you can ask, you can visit with those present. But
y'all been listening or wanting to speak on whether you have an opinion on what we've talked about?
Brooke Brown, 307 Nixon. I would say I'm very comfortable with the conversation y'all have had tonight and with the recommendation as outlined by Bryce and sending that to the council. I think the council will hear other comments at the council meeting, but absent something radically different or some consequence that y'all have not, that has not been expressed at this meeting, I'm comfortable with what you're sending to council.
Okay.
I have no intent of going beyond that for all the reasons we've talked about, because we would, we're not going to do something outlandish. We're going to do something that's gotten the vetting that it needs to have a comfortable citywide approval, residential acceptance from the majority of our community. So I'm comfortable with that.
So you would support this if we send it up to council, like with these modifications that we've talked about?
Yes. Absent hearing something at the next public hearing that will be held before council, that something's been overlooked or that there's another consideration we need to give it.
Yeah, and that's a good question, Mike, because
we can't ignore that input. We can't ignore that input. But
can I ask the same question?
And I was just going to say, because it's a good question, because you drafted the original. Now we're talking about the narrower. Band-Aid's not a good characterization anymore, but a narrower. And so you're comfortable with the narrower versus what you've crafted?
Yes, I am.
Sarah Hudson. I appreciate all the discussion that you've had. I would say the only part of the discussion that I have concerns with is the 33% on the sides. I'm not comfortable with going that far on the 10-foot side,
So
especially
what are you comfortable
on the
with?
10-foot, the 2 feet that was drafted. I don't have a problem changing a difference between the front and the back, but I think that going that far into this, keep in mind, you can make your eaves as wide as you want them to. You just have to move the building in, right? It's just how much it can extend into the setbacks. And I think that part of the point of this is to preserve the space between homes, and that we're going, we need a limit. That's the problem, is we don't have a limit right now. But I'm not comfortable with the 33% on the, especially on the 10-foot
So
uh,
side.
it's an extra foot and a third is what we're talking about. Can I ask like what the specifics of the concern are? You know, I guess the specifics, trees, drainage, you know, is there anything specific to it?
All those things. Yeah, you're just putting the building that much closer to the neighbors. Fire, drainage, runoff from the house, you know, all of those things. You're just being that much closer to the neighbor, and especially we have not gotten to the height yet, which we still need to go. But if you have, if you have a house that's 45 feet tall at some point, and then you're going that far into the setback with your roof, you're allowing the runoff from the roof to go that much closer to the neighbor. So
Appreciate the candor. What about on the 15-foot side? Like if you're stuck at a 15-foot setback because your neighbor's at 10.
I think that in reality, you probably don't want to have an eave 2 feet on one side and 5 feet on the other side of the house.
Well, yeah, but you could move one side over to that setback so you could have 4 feet on one side, and then maybe you want to go 4 into the other side, right? If you're dodging a tree or you're, working around some other issue.
You don't have to build the house all the way to the setbacks.
But to your point, you could create different eaves that way too on two different sides of the house.
You could. But again, I'm finding that there is a whole lot of effort being put into making sure that we are maximizing how big the houses can be, instead of focusing on how we are preserving the sense of space in the neighborhood, which I think is the concern that most people have, is that this used to be a neighborhood of homes with big lots and lots of space, and that we are losing that. And so I don't think the point of this exercise is to figure out how far into the setbacks we can go with everything. It's what do we want this to look like, and what reasonable limits do we want to establish to preserve that space.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a couple more questions.
Oh, there is Emily. Emily, could you can you give her the?
She'll
Speak up, Emily.
Hello, Emily Doran again here, 601 Ridgewood. Again, I reiterate what Councilwoman Sarah Hudson saying is this is a group we discussion, not a singular discussion. And again, I reiterate, I really, really hope that we bring this to a broader group, more than just those sitting in the room and on Zoom. And I understand there's been efforts to raise awareness around it within the community, but we need to continue that before we move forward in voting on changing things that could impact us now and in the future. And again, I serve in a committee, and I appreciate the effort and time and commitment that you all are doing this evening. So thank you so much.
Can we? I mean, I agree with that wholly. Can we accomplish that even if we put some sort of a motion together tonight, because there will be a public hearing before council votes on anything? Is that correct? So we still could, if we put forth something tonight before council makes any sort of vote, we still could, all of our efforts between now and then to get the word out that there is going to be some very specific language that we put forward on a motion, and we encourage everybody to show up, prior to the council with the specific language in hand, literally to this many feet on this side of the house, this many feet on the front of the house, to come and opine to y'all before you take any sort of vote. That's correct.
Right.
Well, it's not gonna be noticed that way, though. The notice
Okay.
has already been filed. So
Right.
there's not gonna be a revised notice for the next meeting, so you just have to get
And
the
there's
word
not
out.
enough time to do it, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So the concern around the notice not being specific enough to rally the troops, for lack of a better term, right? In terms of everybody looks at something and says, that's very specific to me, that's gonna encourage me to show up and say something. That
That would have to
has
wait for
passed,
another
right?
time,
Okay,
yeah.
alright,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
So back to, if that's the goal,
Mhm.
we would do nothing now if, or not nothing, we would ask for language to be drafted for further review. Otherwise, we put it forth and there's already a public hearing notice under these two provisions. And then one question too is, are those two separate notices? So in other words, we can take, or we will take separate action on height versus.
Right.
So I guess we're trying to decide whether or not we're gonna put a motion forward to take this to city council or not.
Yeah, that's what we need to decide.
Well, someone has to make a motion if we're gonna do it, and, if no one makes a motion, I guess it just comes down to creating new language that we can review, and it'll take 2 months for us to get there. It looks like it'll take us 2 months to get to a public review of any new language that is created, is that right?
We won't be re-noticing, right? It'll be, if we do the public hearing notice, it'll probably be February. And I think if that's the case, we would like some very specific direction on what you want us to bring back, so that way we're sure at that time that we're ready to, narrow down that language. And if we narrow it down in the agenda, that we're not worried about going beyond that and then no longer being able to act.
But it could also be bring language to our next meeting in the interim, notice for something much more specific than we've noticed for now, but not necessarily literally the language. That's another option.
Right. If we were to, notice code sections or something like that, we just couldn't go beyond that. And so if anything came up in the next meeting that was possibly wanted to be added on or something, we may not be able to, depending on how we notice, but I think we can, with the direction given here tonight, I think we can come up with a adequate and narrow enough notice.
Let me ask this, the rest of the commission, do you intend to be at the next meeting?
At the next
Do we know the
commission
date?
Yeah, next commission meeting.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
January.
We might
Early
be,
January.
it might be really early. It looks
Fourth?
like, right,
Yeah, that'd be the 4th.
Yeah.
we'll be here, but,
I can be here.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, right, okay. Think so, okay, good, all right, wow.
I will say we won't be able to notice in that time for a
No,
public hearing
no,
at
but
that
we
meeting.
will have new language before us that we can review.
We will, is there though an intention that we've still already noticed for a later public hearing by that meeting? Or are we not gonna start the noticing process until after that meeting?
We gotta know now whether or not we're gonna need another notice, so that we
Right,
can be ready for February.
right. It seems like we will, it's more about the
And we can't
timeline.
email around language, 'cause
Yeah.
that's
Right. We could share it with the commission. We can share it.
Share it.
There just can't be a deliberation, right?
But I guess, yeah, I don't know if you sent it out and we said individually, well, you still have to discuss what you noticed for.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
So I mean, I just think as we're having these deliberations right now around logistically, how do we do this and all of that, I would just say now, like, I would like to have one more opportunity for the public to opine on some specifics of this language before I at least vote for a motion to send this to council.
Okay.
I agree with that. And I'd like to take it just a little step further and try to also, create some good synergy with council, that we feel like what leaves here is approvable in that state and it's supported, and it sounds like we got a little bit of work to do there, that, we might have to move closer to what council wanted to get there.
All right.
So I'd like to think about that too.
Does this need to be formed into a motion that we hold off, or do we do?
It would be a
I
table,
think we
right?
table this while asking staff, and we can.
List out some clear-
We can kind of go back through that
Right.
one more time.
Right.
And, you know, we can say 33%, we can always readdress
That's right,
that. We just
that's
get,
right.
here's the items we want to cover, and then we'll
There's a lot of,
readdress
there's
this.
a lot of
So,
heads
should-
nodding to a lot of these points, and I think we can.
I think
can-
we have all of them.
Yeah.
It's- And I think the outstanding question is, you know, do we want to go with some definition around projections in lieu of ordinary residential features or whatever.
I mean, the only thing I'll say there is the staff drafted that ordinary. We have at least one council member kind of agreeing with that. We have confirmation that we've never had a appeal of a ruling. So I don't know, that, I'm generally a big fan of specificity in life, but it sounds like in this scenario that people aren't overly concerned about it. And I completely understand the sentiment of preserving, you know, our spaces, and for my personal opinion, I think anything that we're talking about, obviously I was on the 33%, I actually could go either way, but my concern with 2 feet is you have a large scale house and 2 feet, I just worry that's gonna look funny, and I drive around city of Austin and you got these giant walls, you can just go right behind the middle school over there, and people have built these literal boxes with no
Right.
feature. And I worry we get a little closer to that. But, and I think that the context of what we're talking about into the yards is doing more good to limit what is otherwise limitless currently than it is creating more problem than we already have, is my view.
Yeah, I am more comfortable with ordinary after understanding the process for judging what is ordinary, that there's an appeal process that typically hasn't even been used, which tells you the system's probably working. Agreed with you on that.
And I don't feel that strongly about the limiting width. If there's other viewpoints that haven't created a problem, that is not a huge concern for me. I like whether people have different ideas, I like the no floor space in that, because I don't want balconies, and I don't want cantilever living space.
If we come up with this idea that we're going to craft some new language, can it somehow be shared in a formal way with city council still, even though it's not a full proposal yet, it's kind of half-baked? Is that available? Can we, table, when you say table, does that mean, can it go up anyway, just for review? Yeah, you're on the right track. No, we really have a lot of trouble with this stuff here.
That's sounding more like a workshop than it
Yeah,
is
yeah, that's fair.
an actual,
That's fair. Okay.
yeah, because you're right. I mean, if council has the opportunity right now. I mean, council had the opportunity to pull up your packet,
Yeah.
look at all the information and details in it, had an opportunity to come and speak, as long as it wasn't a quorum. So, I mean, in that context, if we're going to table this, there's a lot of things that I guess staff can work on with your direction, like you're saying, but that information that's coming to you at your next meeting is available for the public, it's available for council. I don't think it's a good idea to try to say, hey, we want to send this up to council without our recommendation to get their feedback. They just just request to have another workshop.
Well, if we're gonna get the feedback next meeting, right, y'all are gonna come and hopefully we can have this same discussion and find a happy place.
Yeah, if the language is done, we give you guidance and it's done, y'all can email it to us before, so we can have an opportunity to review it before the meeting, right?
Sure, yeah.
And would that would, I mean, generally when you email us something, you also email council, right? So they're probably gonna get the language at the same time
We
as
can.
us.
Yeah, we can. We would generally do
So we're not
for
asking
sure
for
the
feedback, it's just
liaisons.
that they be able to
Right.
read it.
Sure, we could do that.
We are posted for a hearing in 2 weeks though, right?
We are not posted for one yet. We did schedule one, but if there wasn't a recommendation made,
Has it been published then?
yes.
We have published.
Oh, we've noticed, yes. Yes, we have.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
So that would not happen.
Sent that out in the paper
And yes, and by mail, but we would not have it if there wasn't a,
and paid for it and.
But it was done joint with ours, it was gonna be done either way, that makes me feel a little bit better
Right.
about it. You know, we did it. We didn't have a whole independent one for city council. We paid for it.
Right, so we said we were gonna have one, and so, and now that, if you don't send something out, then we're gonna say, oh, never mind, no, we're not gonna have one.
Right, we would cancel that and then renotice for the next series of P and Z and then council.
Yes, never mind, yeah, geez, I really wish that we could get advantage of, you know, what's already been scheduled. Additional public hearing, that kind of thing, you know, it's
Mhm.
already on the postcard and people might have already put it on their calendars to come to, you know, but, yeah.
If planning and zoning was to reconvene this meeting, within a week or 10 days, and act on, in the meantime, and act on the language that's being drafted, you think right away, could that solve the problem? What would be the timeline for?
Hi, I know I'm speaking out of turn, but we cannot hear online what is being said. So please go up to the microphone so that we all can hear. I would so appreciate that. Thank you. Again, apologies for speaking out of turn.
Brooke?
We need a pass around, Mike.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be a great idea.
I
That'd be a
was,
great idea.
Brooke Brown, 307 Nixon. I was asking a question of our city council and city administrator whether or not it would be possible for planning and zoning to reconvene this meeting within a week or 10 days, or what would be the time limit before the city council, the date currently set for the city council to act or to consider this in a public hearing. How much time would P&Z have to reconvene if they made a motion tonight to reconvene by X date and reconsider consider the new language that's being drafted? What would be that timeline?
So it'd be essentially a special meeting between now and then. I guess reconvene is maybe throwing me off, but I
Well,
think we could do
and
another.
that's a second question also. Can the P&Z, this is a public hearing, can you adjourn as opposed to, recess, if that's the proper term, recess this to a date in the future, take action at that date in the future on the language that would be drafted, and then send that up to council in time for the council to have their public meeting as it's currently scheduled.
I apologize, we're having consultation on that question,
Take a
checking
question
to
and
see
then-
on special meetings and whether or not we can continue the public hearing to an identified date and time, and not have to repost. I think that was part of that conversation we had with BLA.
Mm-hmm.
So,
You want to take a little
yeah,
quick
give me a
recess?
5-minute recess,
Sure.
and we'll look at that and
We
make
wanna
sure.
take
Could
another
use a 5
question
minute.
that we have here
Yeah,
from
we have-
I
Wendy?
think
Sure.
Wendy's up there, yeah. Wendy?
Wendy, you there? On mute.
Wendy, you're muted. We see your hand up.
Hi, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm having some connection issues. I just thank you for the discussion that you're having and for being willing to think about some alternate arrangements for time and schedule. I would suggest that if the holidays are coming up with Christmas and New Year's, if we're having a difficult time being ourselves, then the public's going to be having a hard time participating. And this time of year is not the time of year. I think it's an open and transparent time to change zoning. And I would hope that if you tabled this and then brought it back to your next meeting and came up with specific language, that it wouldn't feel like things are trying to be pushed through. The council members there seem to be making a push to keep it posted as broadly as it is, just the way it is. And that, to me, as a member of the public, is worrisome. And I think that if you want the most transparency, then I think having a meeting posted with what you're actually going to change and with the actual language is the most transparent thing you can do. And I really don't understand what the rush is that we have to get it done in December or January or February. We're able to post this meeting and repost it. It doesn't have to be the meeting that was noticed. We have noticed things and then re-noticed them before. So I would just hope that y'all would take the opportunity to notice this to the public in a way that's the most transparent and that gets the most participation from neighbors. Even though these aren't broad changes that you're suggesting, there is a fear that there could be broader changes made because of the language and the broad agenda item. And I just, as a member of the public, I hope that it doesn't move forward this way. It doesn't feel good to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks, Wendy.
Practically, does anyone have the availability to, what's our chances of getting a meeting scheduled?
Well, I think we need an answer to the question anyway. The 5 minute answer.
Still need the 5-minute recess.
Still need the recess.
But I guess that's the distinction, right? Because even if we can reconvene the public hearing, that doesn't fix the question or the concerns with the language and the specificity in the notice. So if the commission wants to re-notice with more specific language, then that's a different action altogether.
Which is the ultimate goal.
Well, at the very least, just given the amount of time we've spent on this so far, another meeting is probably going to be useful, whether we do it in January or we do it before the council meeting. Just, I guess, in response to the question, can something be done? Can we legally meet before January? If that's, can we do that?
Do we care? I think the question
I'm gonna
is-
say, I wouldn't be comfortable doing
Yeah,
that.
I mean, that's
So
fine.
I don't even wanna do that because the whole goal, I'm agreeing with what Wendy was just saying. Part of the goal here is this is a big change that we're talking about doing here. I think,
No.
you know,
All what I'm saying
Yeah.
is that we get our language better so that we can put it out there for public comment.
Before it goes to council.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. That's all. Just, I hate to see months go by.
I'm with you. Yeah.
I want to be responsive as a planning and zoning. I'm kind of new to this commission, and this is the first really important thing I think that I've had the opportunity to participate in. And I'd like to get something together here. If what it is that we're going to postpone this thing because of public comment till February, doggone it. When February comes, I want to knock it down. Let's be sure we know what we've got. I don't want to say, well, in February, we didn't get enough comment on that. Let's put it off till April.
Right.
We're not getting anywhere here. So that's why I'm asking. If anything or any amount of effort that we can put into it right now, I think is well served.
So
is that the move? We're going to table this and bring this language back in January?
I think Dave's asking if we could bring it back sooner, even though we still would want to notice more specifically.
That's what I'm asking.
You're asking, could we meet sooner, but not in an effort to keep the notice for city council, in an effort to just move it along?
That's right.
I don't know how difficult that would be in December. There are days I could do it. I don't know if we could align it all.
I would just say from the date that you have that meeting where we're going to potentially clarify everything, at that point, we would then need to get the language ready, and that would start the clock where we could start that noticing process. I'd say probably 35 days to be clear that we have time to get, the language prepared, get the notice exact. And so, if you want to see it again and see the language before we prepare the notices, that will be the next time the clock starts again on that 30 days for us to notice a public hearing.
The language ought to be in the notice.
Sure, and the full language won't. I think the code sections would be in the notice. We can get the language to them. We can link to it. We can do other things. We can post it other
Yeah.
places, but the actual statutory notice, I think, would just be the code sections or what's being changed. I guess we were probably not limited from doing that, but
We could probably say that there's a public hearing for these code provisions, and you could probably put on the card, you know,
visit
specific language is in the
can
agenda
be
posted on the
found.
website.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And we could post the agenda packet early as well, you know, if we know enough to get our agenda posted 30 days in advance.
You can put, I mean, you can put the draft language on a link on your website or anything like that if it's ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
The point being, even if we met next week, we are not going to have public notice in time for a January meeting. Either way.
Not for your
next public
We
January
could do a special
regular.
meeting in January. I mean,
Right.
anything like that. Staff, and we can work on those deadlines and
But we don't
timetables
really
once
gain
we have
much.
what you need.
We don't really
Exactly.
gain much by having a special meeting within the next 2 weeks, I guess is what we're
Other
saying,
than
right? Is that
another
guess?
interim discussion of potential with language in front of us.
Right.
Because what we're gonna have now, if we kick our next discussion with specific language to January,
Mhm.
if we wait until then, we don't have time to notice for February. So if we're gonna get it on the February,
Yeah.
we have to notice before our next meeting, so we would have to say, we would have to get the language that we can all review independently in the interim. And then, I guess we could individually email and say,
Back to
this
staff
looks
and
good,
respond.
maybe we can say right now, let's have a plan of getting the notice posted, but specify the code provisions that are gonna be addressed, not post the actual language, and just say the specific language the public hearing is going to address will be posted to the agenda.
Packet,
available here on the
sure.
I think it's
Maybe
important to do
earlier.
target February for that, because if we do it in March, I bet there's a lot of people that are gonna be on spring break and can't
Yeah.
come to the March public hearing, right?
I
So
think we gotta get to
February,
making a
You make my
decision in
point.
February.
That's right.
Yes.
and
That's right.
so,
That's right.
yes.
This can go on forever.
for sure.
I think we need to get comfortable with a more specific notice for February that references code sections, but does not include actual language. I think we would have to get comfortable with that.
Yeah, and look, I think the other thing I'll just call out, like, we have the benefit of being a pretty small community. There's newsletters, there's texts, there's groups, like, we can get the word out to outside of just the notice as well, correct? That this is a discussion
Sure.
topic that's coming in February, it's very important, this isn't just another meeting, it's an important topic, and hopefully, we can get a better attendance than we've had at the last few. But I agree with you, Dave, you know,
Okay.
I don't think we want this to be March, April, May, at some point, because although the building progress is likely to slow, to your point from earlier, every day there's new spec houses potentially that can go up without any sort of controls around this, which I think is worrisome to everybody in the community. So,
Yeah.
I think we should get our specific bullet points we wanna hit in the language, and I think we should have a specific goal of having a public hearing at our February meeting that will be posted before our January meeting, that will reference code sections we'll be discussing at the public hearing, and reference that we will have the specific language available in the agenda packet ahead of the public hearing
Okay.
by some date, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe we would have the language, let's see, we're gonna discuss the language, so the specific language would be available the day after our next meeting in January, right? To be posted I don't know if we can post the whole agenda for the February meeting that quickly?
Probably not. We can post language on our website in other places though. It can be in a news post and it says it's not an agenda item yet, but this will be on the agenda when we have one. So if we meet, you're talking about meeting before your regular January date.
No, I'm saying meeting at the regular January meeting,
Okay.
but posting the public hearing for February
Right.
before we meet.
Right. We would just need specific enough language before y'all meet again to know that we're not going to deviate from those specific sections. So if the direction here is clear enough that we could say this section is going to be modified, this section is going to be modified, now we can get going on that notice for February.
We're going to discuss
The same.
modifications to section 107.3 and 107.76.
Okay.
I don't think we're contemplating anything beyond that.
no.
And is that specific enough and narrow enough,
Well, at
we
least it
think?
is
Or?
for that meeting, because we're only halfway through this meeting.
Yeah.
We have plenty more to talk about.
Well, that's.
Good reminder.
So there may be more.
I'm comfortable with that amount of specificity, that we are
Yeah.
discussing modifications to
Yeah.
the code language in these two sections.
Okay.
Which, and I guess that the sections are, yeah, I mean, maybe some of the similar language that was in this posting with the addition of specific code sections.
Okay.
Okay, so we were gonna talk about capturing bullet points to ensure that we've got in the text what it is we think we wanna have in there.
So we've got an isolated eaves and roof extensions that will say 33% right now, which we're obviously gonna revisit.
Yep.
So, question there real quick. Do you want both eaves and roof extensions or just eaves?
What's the difference?
So, I mean, we can probably come up with examples, but that's going to come up, right? And we can draft this broadly and say, hey, let's do both, and then we can refine it as we go.
What is a roof extension versus an eave?
So, an eave is a defined piece of a roof. That there's a building code definition for eave. I'll have to see if there's one for roof extension. I don't know off the top of my head. So, but if we want both of those in there, we can toss both of them in there, and we can have that as part of that January
Well, we were
discussion.
about to take action on those as it was, so maybe we just leave it that way for now.
Okay. And so I've got that as 33% in the required side yards,
Right,
5 feet in front and rear yards.
that's right.
Okay.
An eave is the part of a roof that meets or overhangs the walls of a building.
Is that from the building code?
That's from Google.
That's from
Wikipedia, yeah. Yeah.
A roof extension is not a thing, I don't think.
I think an eave would be a type of roof extension.
Yeah, that's what
I could also see
Yeah.
like a, if
Yeah.
you make a, just something that juts out, that's like a cover.
Or I guess a roof
That's
extension
just-
could
that's
be
fine.
if
Just
you
keep
have
it
the
eaves.
I would
beams
keep it
extend
eaves,
out, right? If you
right.
wanted to have the
Keep it
beams
eaves,
extend
yes.
out
Yes.
for architectural reason. I'm fine with that.
I would think in the extent somebody in the future then would wanna come and say, but I want my roof extension to be 33% and not
Right.
2 feet, then that could be handled on a one-off basis, I would think, right? That's the
Well, I think
process as well.
I think we're gonna have even roof extension as one thing with one definition, I think.
Okay.
I mean, it's, the point is, we're talking about, we're worried about what's encroaching on somebody.
Mhm.
Those two things are the same from that standpoint, whether they're defined differently. Amy?
Just one comment, if you're gonna narrow your agenda item, would you consider also including the code sections and also limiting that the discussion is relating to projections? Because that would distinguish the issue that I was bringing up earlier, which is that there are two different discussions that are happening every time the council is meeting, which are the limits on what you can put in the yard on the ground, and then the limits on what you can extend from the yard in the the projections.
I think that has to happen, right? Because otherwise, I mean, if in terms of yard on the ground, would that be including fences? Would that be including all of that?
What was in the language before was landscaping, uncovered patios at ground level, terraces at ground level, retaining walls, uncovered steps, ramps, walks, driveways, playscapes, mailboxes, all
Right.
may encroach into a required yard.
So I'll just say that from having watched everything that's happened on this item, I went and watched all the different council meetings and all the P&Z meetings. My understanding is that this body here has been focusing on the projections part,
Right.
but the conversation at the joint council the joint meeting, and also comments by Councilmember Hudson at the last P&Z meeting were about the ground, like what electronics can go in. So the reason I'm bringing up the broad agenda item is that right now it's talking about yard definitions, and the conversations from having listened to all the comments have seemed to fall into two buckets, one of them being projections and the other one being what's on the ground. And if you're intending to notice in a narrower way, and this body's intention is to focus on just the projections being what gets noticed and then moved up in public hearings, you might want to put that in your agenda item, if that makes sense.
It does
Because
make
the
sense.
agenda item, because the agenda item is what gives you the power when you're sitting on the dais to act. So if the agenda item is really broad, like it is right now, then you all could also propose your own amendments right now to the ground, like how we're defining yard and what can be put in the ground. So that's just that's my comment on this, and why I have tried to look at the process is, what are the process steps here? I sat on the council when we had different challenges happen to what we were trying to do with zoning changes, and frequently those challenges were about process. And so if you want to make sure that you've gotten something up where you've not only given the public notice in a way of like what's the scope of what's about to get to council, that council can then take action on in the agenda. The agenda item is what's setting that scope. So I would just, I mean, if y'all are wanting it to be broader, then keep it broader. But right now, when I hear the two sections, I don't know for sure that limits you to just discussions about projections, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. I mean, it's a very fair call out, and I would say we've had no discussion or no substantive discussion, at least on
There's been no
anything
language about anything
on the ground.
On the ground.
And I think that does require probably its own 3-hour discussion, right? Like we've had tonight just on overhangs, unfortunately. So I mean, I agree with what Amy said, that I think that we need to have a discussion at some point, I mean, around fences or whatever. There's a multitude of things that could be ground-based.
Air conditioning units.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
ponds.
the list
and
goes on, yeah.
Pumps and whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that we're being asked about that. I don't really.
Well, but I
that's-
think Amy's
yeah.
point
We're not.
is
Her
that
point
if
is
the
that-
notice
Yeah,
is
I
broad
get that.
enough,
Well,
then
yeah, it's-
we may
well,
not discuss it and then
Actually,
something happens.
well, I could argue that the agenda item is poorly written. You know, that's it. You know, I mean, it's not specific enough, and really, we're talking about what we need to be talking about.
That's exactly, I think that's exactly what
Right,
you're saying,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
That the discussion, the substance of the
Yeah,
discussion we're having
it's
is
too broad.
regarding
Yeah,
overhangs
yeah, and
yeah.
and we're not really talking about all
Correct.
that. We're talking about,
Correct.
projections.
Correct. That's right.
So the next piece that I have on that is that all other projections will be 2 feet into any yard, front, side, or rear. We've got a chimney that can be a ground level encroachment up to 2 feet. And then we have a piece for basically creating some language that the projections can't be habitable space with the exception of bay windows. Are we keeping that in there? Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good.
What am I missing?
And I think that allows for some things like a Juliet balcony, which, you can't walk on a Juliet balcony, right? So that's not habitable.
Well, I mean, you get like 2 feet, like, right? That's
Yeah.
the functional point of all of this is that whatever that piece is it's only 2 feet. Do I care if it's that bay window or the Juliet balcony? Do we want to make that distinction or not? And I look to you all to kind of answer that
Well,
question.
I don't really,
That's-
that may be something we need to
Would
discuss. with
would
council.
a regular, we have a regular balcony, not a Juliet balcony, but it starts 4 feet from the foundation wall, right? And projects out another 2 feet, that's permissible?
Depending on how the projection is done.
Yeah, it's a projection, then it's fine. Okay, we're good.
We agree with that?
I would say in that specific scenario, I have more sensitivity around the distance, you know, if you're,
It's 2 feet.
if you now
It's
have
2
a
feet.
balcony that people are hanging out on.
Right.
Well, I mean, you could pull the house 4 feet off the yard and then have a 6-foot balcony, which is an ordinary feature that's 2 feet into the building line running the whole width of the house.
With no noise protection.
Yeah,
I think in like City of Austin, like you couldn't do that. Like I think
my position has always been, I don't really want people hanging out in the, you know, in living space in the setback.
Do you want us to try to craft language to be more specific to
That's where I kinda-
like
that's where I was going to, like, no
architectural
floor
specific
area.
features?
I
Like
think- I
things
think a
like
lot- for me, a
cornices
lot
and
of just people going
sills
back to the
and
floor. Like if
Yeah,
you
no
can
floor
walk on
area.
it, bad. If you can sit on it, burn a fire, good.
Yep. So I'm letting you know off the top of my head, we're gonna end up with some crazy language if you want it like that. So
That's great.
perfect. Okay.
All right.
How do you sit on it if you can't walk to the seat?
Well, the wall is on the property line, and like a lot of bay windows will get built where it's, you know, it's like at bench height, right, or something like that, or it's a kitchen window, right, and it juts out, but you can't go walking out on
Yeah,
that
he's saying
section.
a fire and sitting interior, not a balcony. You're not saying a fire pit on a balcony, you're saying a fireplace or
A
a
hearth.
bay,
Yeah.
or a bay
You shouldn't be able to
window.
walk past the setback onto a structure,
No-
right?
no
You shouldn't be able
floor
to walk
area, no
on a
living
structure
space.
that
Yeah.
overhangs, ever.
So,
Yeah.
I can't promise that I can make that happen, but I will do what we can and come back to you with the language that we come up with that best. I know what you want to accomplish.
I kinda like no floor, you know.
It's just, it's a function of, I know it when I see it, because we can't put in things like, oh, you can't walk on it. There's a whole nother slew and rabbit hole that we don't want to go down in this meeting about the problems with language like that. But let me see what we can do to accomplish that goal, or get you as close as we can.
Yeah, I mean, an ordinary projection may not have floor space and be habitable beyond a bay window.
Yeah, like I said, we'll put language together that I think
Very good.
accomplishes what you're searching for
I
there.
think you understand the sentiment.
I do I understand what you're trying to get across. Yes. So, anything else?
No, that was all
you
I
have
had.
it.
but-
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
wonderful. So, can we take a 5-minute break? All right.
You're in
We'll
charge.
call a 5-minute recess.
Is my mom and dad together?
Wow.
No.
I mean, do you even talk to Vicky?
No.
God, that's sad.
9:07.
Well, she decided to live in that
We're moving
cat
on
crap.
to, agenda item.
I'm gonna say, like, I would.
Oh, no, that's not true. Agenda item 5, which is public hearing, discussion, and possible action on an amendment to the Code of Ordinances regarding residential building height and related provisions. I trust that everybody here in the commission has had an opportunity to look at suggested changes.
Yeah, can you direct us to the page on the agenda?
13. Sorry, I'm in the HTML version. It would be.
Starts on 102.
102, yes.
And a quick note on these, from the last meeting, there really wasn't clear direction on specific changes or anything on this section. And so I will say that the one draft that has been presented, really all it does and all we really felt comfortable bringing forward was something that is how it's currently being interpreted and kind of tightening that up so that there wasn't a question on could it be interpreted a different way. This is how it's been applied. This is how it would keep being applied. So there's no real substantive changes have been presented at this time because we just didn't feel like there was direction from the commission last month.
Well, most of what's being talked about here is just defining what the datum is
I'm sorry, I just want to I can't
for
hear.
building height.
Right, and this hasn't, we haven't presented anything different than the way the code is already
Right.
really written, right?
Well, I'm looking at the same, okay. So we have this red line copy here, draft residential building height measurement.
Right.
And, it establishes, as far as I can see, that the basic thing is that we look at what the original grade is prior to any new construction and use that as our datum. And then everything is based off of it. That's pretty much the short version of it, isn't it?
I would say yes.
Yeah, so what we've done with this piece is we have clarified the current interpretation of the building height measurement. So that there's not confusion over what the original term, original native grade was, so that we don't have this pre-post planned actual issue,
Yeah.
right? But we just specified and said, hey,
The initial
this is what it
service is king, right? When we decide we're gonna apply for a building permit, we have to have a survey. That initial survey becomes our datum.
Yeah, so, yes-ish. So what we've said to define original native ground surface is we've added a piece of that definition to say, original native ground surface shall be determined as the existing grade on the lot prior to development of the residential building as may be shown on approved building plans or survey of the property.
Okay, so question on that. That doesn't mean the original. That means the existing, correct? Based on before the new development or whatever is being considered, it's wherever it is right before then, not what somebody would deem as, hey, the original actual native.
Yeah.
Correct?
It
In
is-
order
it
to
is-
apply for a building permit, you have to do a survey.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And that's the thing.
But I'm saying, like, original native ground surface is saying the.
There may be none of that in Rollingwood.
It's
That's
the
my point.
yeah.
It's
It's
exactly
the
my point. Yeah.
it's the existing grade on the lot prior to development of the residential
Of the
building.
most recent development.
Can we use that language?
Yeah.
So
Is that language better?
no, that's what we
That-
put in here.
there.
Okay.
So that number 3 on the definition.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
What we're doing is we're using the term original native ground surface, but we're providing a definition for what original native ground surface is, which is the existing grade on the lot prior to development of the residential building.
My question in this, and I like this, I think this is great, but what's the contour interval of the survey? What's the contour interval requirement?
Don't know.
Okay, we need, I think, if we're gonna use the original, if we're gonna use a survey, and we're gonna base our building height off of it. We've got to have pretty good precision. And I think right now, the minimum requirement is 2 feet. And I would think that in different parts of Rollingwood, including, much along Rollingwood Drive, you're not gonna see a whole lot of variance in a 2-foot contour. A 1-foot contour, or even a 6-inch contour would be better.
Yeah, so I wouldn't get hung up on that piece. At the end of the day, it'll be an administrative item related to the building permit that has to come in. So if they want to require, let's say on the elevation site plan for the foundation, if they want to require them to go ahead and identify and call out to however many decimal points, the high points and low points in conjunction with whatever definition we have for measuring height, we can require that. It doesn't require a code amendment or anything. I don't believe it'll just be part of
The process.
submitting for a building permit.
Right.
Does staff have the authority to, like, there's different levels of quality of topographic surveys. So does staff have the ability to, if it's close, say, hey, I want a spot elevation from a surveyor at the corners or whatever the relevant areas are? I mean, what authority do they have to kind of go, I don't know, this is really close and I'm not sure and I need better data?
Sure. So I'll say this much about how this measurement is done. Just about anything that's going to get close to meeting your maximum height allowance, that person's going to have to probably go out and shoot topo of the lot and have that survey done.
Anyone has to shoot topo if they're
So-
reasonably close, right? You have to have some topo.
Well, I mean, as opposed to using existing topography. So when people are going to go out and shoot topo on your lot, they'll typically shoot it in 1-foot contours or less. The data that is available, so there is contour data available for most of the U.S. I know the national, who's it? NSGS, I believe, National Geological Surveying Group releases 5-foot contours available to the public. Certain areas and subsets have 2-foot contours, etc. When they go out and shoot it, I can pretty much guarantee for that small of an area, they're probably shooting foot or half foot, especially to make this work for how we measure height. So I wouldn't get too hung up on that piece, but absolutely as a function of what needs to be shown on the building permit, they can say you need to show all existing and proposed topography with fill in the blank of whatever contour we need, and we can establish that on the side of staff with that building permit submittal.
Why is it for the highest adjoining grade 5 feet horizontal distance from the wall, but on the low side it's adjoining and it doesn't say 5 feet?
You would have to ask the person who wrote that provision originally.
Okay, so then how do we, I'm just, maybe
This
it's a
is-
staff question, like
Sure.
how, so if the grade is coming in on the high side
Mm-hmm.
at 45 degrees, 5 feet over, you're 5 feet higher. Is that's the number? Or do you go 5 feet horizontal, like, I mean, you
I
can
think
find
it's-
the highest 5 foot,
The highest.
the
one,
highest
I think.
place 5 foot off of anywhere of the house,
Yep.
5 feet away, that's it.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
But on the low side, you take it at the foundation, not 5 feet away.
Correct.
Right.
No, I agree.
No one
I agree.
knows why or what?
I can't tell you what the rhyme or reason to that is.
Because that could work both ways. You could
It
have it
does.
sloping. You could be like on a hill, and then 5 feet away could be helpful.
I was going to say all of this pretty much. Well, yeah, it could be helpful. It could be hurtful, depending on what side of the hill you are on,
So
right? Because
what's-
we're requiring it to be the highest within 5 feet.
Right. So, what's your perspective as a planner? Do you think it's weird to have this like 2 different measuring?
I do.
Approaches.
I do. I think it's a bit awkward to measure building height in this fashion to begin with. This is very uncommon.
This is not that uncommon, but
To have this kind of variability across how the measurement can occur. So, I
Some
mean, it's
people
not.
will average, but
It's
different things. But I've seen similar.
There are a
ones.
lot of different ways to measure buildings, and it is important in our code for sure that we list how we are going to measure height. Absolutely needs to be done. How you want to do that, ultimately up to y'all, right? I think I've had several conversations about some different things, etc. What was prepared for you this evening was specifically to clarify adjacency of grade. It sounds like, and y'all probably had previous conversations about this, that you may want to go further than that and clean this further up, or even talk further about how you want to functionally measure things.
At this point, really, all we've talked about, I think City Council's talked about it a fair amount. We really just talked about it in concept, and really the last meeting was you weren't here, and none of us really knew how it was being measured now, or how the language read. So we really haven't had a lot of discussion around this specific point yet.
It does seem more logical to have both of the measurements being adjoining adjacent grade, right? Like what's right there, not what's potentially 5 feet away that could harm or benefit you.
Yeah, I mean, I like this other one. I thought it was good clarifying, but that part was weird to me.
Well, would you want to take the 5 foot horizontal away from it?
I just said, yeah, you measure it at the adjoining grade.
Yeah.
I think that's the
Right,
that's
okay.
the easiest. And it doesn't leave a loophole either way. It's not punitive. It's not helpful. It's just what it is.
So that's measuring ground height at the edge of the proposed building.
The highest point of the whole perimeter of
Yeah.
the house, wherever that is, which is easy
And
to
then,
identify,
so you take that highest point from any point, and it's 35 feet from there?
provided that you're not 10 feet more than the lowest point.
So what is the tallest a side of a building can be 45 feet?
To the peak of the roof.
30 feet.
Well,
Or the flat
45
bar,
if
or
on
any,
one
any,
side.
From
any part.
base
Yeah, right, yeah.
Chimneys too, right? We don't have a chimney exclusion?
So there is
do.
there is requirements on chimneys and pieces like that. That's actually in this in 10771 is your residential building height section, and the requirement for chimneys, if there are building code requirements, it excludes them from that 35 feet, but it does put a max height on them. I think of an additional 3 feet.
That's right.
And it is a
Yeah,
hard
yeah,
cut.
Yeah, that's right.
So
I
like
actually
your
have to
chimney
have
can
that.
exceed 3 more feet on top of that, so you
Yeah.
could, in theory, end up, if you had the right topography on your property, etc., with a 45 to 48 foot tall home if you measured true lowest point to true tallest point.
So I just have a quick question as we're getting into now this. The agenda is saying that it's regarding amendment to regarding residential building height. The red lines that we're reviewing are regarding measurement only. So I want to be right, and now we're talking 45 feet and this and that. So I just want to know, like, is our agenda here to talk holistically about building height, of which measurement is a very small part of it, or are we only focused on measurement, which is what the red lines were focused on?
So your
Yes.
your regulation currently calls for 35 feet maximum height. We end up with a functionally taller, or could end up with a functionally taller home than that because of how the measurement is done, right? So it's measurement from that target data.
I know that I understand. I guess
Okay.
what I'm asking is the scope of this discussion. Are we revisiting the 35/45 feet or not? Is that the goal or not? Yeah, Brooke, please.
can
That,
be.
I,
Okay,
I'm just looking for
so-
clarity on the goal.
No, I would appreciate if you would go ahead and open the public hearing before comments are received from anyone other than staff for this
Yes.
item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes. You're right. I'm going to open this up for public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak about this this item? Oh, why, Brooke? I'm opening the discussion up at 9:21.
Brooke Brown, 307 Nixon. On the point that's being discussed, whether whether you are considering amendments with regard to the height, maximum permitted height of building. This definition, this 101-2C2 and 107-3 are changing a defined term. That defined term is not used in section 10771 that says no portion of any building or structure may exceed 35 feet in height, with the exception for chimneys, attic vents, lightning rods, or other equipment. So in my view, what has been presented tonight does not address the main issue, and that is that currently there is this building height, comma, residential defined term being applied on top of a code provision that doesn't contain that term, with the effect that a builder can now do something more than 35 feet in height.
Have we approved?
And so that is a legal problem. It can go both ways for the city, and we need to fix that legal problem, in my opinion, and that's what raised this issue when it was first brought to the city council. We have a defined term being applied on top of a statutory provision that doesn't contain that defined term. And so many in the community, just as our chair has expressed, have the belief that no residential building may exceed 35 feet in height. No portion of any residential building may exceed 35 feet in height, yet the builders are building up to 45 feet. Applying this definition, it's not applicable to the section that regulates height. And so there's got to be some additional work done in my opinion, with regard to this issue if we really want to fix a legally enforceable code for building height. And so the question is, do you want to address that problem? And the city council has asked that planning and zoning address that. And then the second is, if you do, how do you stick with the language that's in 10771, that no portion of any building may exceed 35 feet in height, and work with that language, or do you add on a definition of building height residential that changes 10771? So if you have, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Can you clarify? So we're working on the definition. That's the proposed change to the definition of building height. But then in 10771, it just says the height of a building.
It doesn't use the
how
defined
is-
term.
So is this fixing that?
The language that's presented to
Is
you
not
tonight
fixing
does
that?
not fix that. It just modifies the defined term. It just modifies the definition. That definition's not used in the substantive provision.
So how does staff interpret that substantive provision currently then? I guess is the question.
And correct me if I'm not,
Do y'all not apply the height definition to 10771 at all?
We do currently.
it is being applied.
Yes.
But the term doesn't exist in the substantive provision.
Yeah. No,
Right.
I see some semantics going on, but
I-
I'm wondering what the practical application is, and do we have to clean up do we need to clean up 10771 to reference this new definition? It sounds like perhaps we do, just so staff has a more.
That is one route, or you can say you can recommend that the defined term not be used, or you can recommend something that 10771 be modified. But it just redefining a term that's not used in the substantive provision doesn't fix the problem from a
That
legal
was my
standpoint.
question. Like, and that sounds like what we're doing, kind of.
Well, what's the problem? I guess the problem from your perspective is that portions of building are more than 35 feet. That's the problem you're talking about.
The problem, I'm not trying to say how to fix the problem. The problem is that if a court were to be asked the question, how do you, does this building permit, is this building permit, let's say the building permit allows the 45 feet, and there's a challenge to it by an adjacent homeowner. If a court were to look at that, they would say, I don't find the defined term within that part of 10771 that otherwise fixes a height limitation of 35 feet for any portion of the building. That's what a court would say. The defined term is not contained in the language that limits the height, and so you don't apply the defined term.
Even if it's in the same.
That defined, correct.
Why didn't?
Correct.
But so this revision we're looking at came from council, the definitional revision?
There was a recodification of the code, and there was an adoption of definitions from the International Residential Code that was applied at some point. That was done in 2019, and we're not able, I haven't been able to trace the code history back to show. It seems like an application of these definitions on a code that didn't always contain those terms.
Yeah, okay.
So
This is something about what we were talking about last night, that there seems to be busts, there may be busts in the code that nobody can seem to get back to.
yes.
So I understand. Is it the prerogative of council to address the definition of native ground and all these aspects and incorporate that into 10771?
Is it the prerogative?
Well, like you have to do both, right? To get.
In my opinion, yes. Yes.
So why didn't we have any proposal to
That
10771?
lies with staff. Staff
I think
drafted
because
the
at our
recommendation.
last meeting, we said we've had very little discussion on this and we're not prepared to have recommendations. I think that's kind of what it was.
But that ultimately was the original question, that what I was getting at, the same thing of like, hey, we
What
can
do you
change
want
it.
the height to be?
Well, like, what is
and
the
we can make the
problem?
language work.
Right, like what is
Yes.
the problem we're trying to solve is that there are
Right.
35-foot tall homes being built on top of tall hills effectively that are making the homes
There are
significant-
45-foot tall.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I think
That are-
part
I
of the
mean,
problem,
on agreement.
I think part of the problem is that before it said lowest grade, not original. So you could just game
That's
it
right.
and go build a wall,
That's
fill
right.
4 feet against
Yeah,
it, and then you
that's
get to
right.
9.5 feet difference, and then you go 45
I thought
feet,
that's
and
what
it's
it
like,
was. I
well,
thought that was the problem we were trying to solve.
it's only 10
Yeah.
foot difference because you terrace the whole yard up 20 feet or
Yeah.
whatever.
Right.
Yes.
There is that, it's being gained, and it's, as written, it's not enforceable.
So this change to this definition, assuming it was incorporated with the other parts of the code, would solve that problem of you can't artificially build up
Yeah.
because you're bound now by the original native, I can't remember the native surface, right?
I haven't been able to confirm that for myself.
Okay.
That is what our consultants tell us, yes.
But taking, okay, so that aside, I believe that is to try to get to an intent of what we're talking about here, is that we don't want people to be able to do that, correct? You shouldn't be able to artificially inflate the height of your property and then build a 45-foot tall or whatever height, like that's a separate issue, right? But I think the one thing we're all agreeing is that you shouldn't be able to artificially build up your property and then build a house on top of that.
Right.
Yeah,
And that is-
I think this fixes that.
Yeah, I
Th-
think
and-
that's
I
point
mean,
one.
that-
I'm hearing
that's point one.
point two is, do we want?
Loop it into 10771.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you
And
have
it sounds
to.
like maybe they're leading towards number two is, then you want to separately revisit whether that 45.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I'd love to have a discussion on that later
different
because
things.
that's I don't know, whatever. That's
Right. I'm just
yeah,
trying
but
to
I
set-
like this for a fix for now. Like this is a good. I mean, this is an easy. To me, it's an easy. What's the word?
Band-Aid?
Low controversy move, perhaps. Right? Like, you know, it'd be hard for someone to come in and say, well, geez, that was unreasonable. I mean,
Okay, Sarah, have a comment?
Yeah, Sarah
And then we
Hudson,
have a question on
2805
the
Rockaway. So I think we need to maybe take a step back and look at overall, what are we trying to address? And I know we've talked about this before in the joint meeting, whatever, but originally the limit was 30 feet height for residential properties.
when was that?
That was the limit when I moved in. I don't remember what so 92. I don't remember how far back it went. I think
But it got
Shanti
changed to
had
35 at some point.
At some point, it got changed to 35. It says in 7-1, no height, nothing can exceed 35 feet. And the community understanding at that time was that you couldn't have a 3-story house, right? 30-foot height, you could have a 2-story house, and that's essentially the way it was understood, was that 3-story homes were not allowed in Rollingwood.
Before box houses.
Well, and then people started doing the box, and it went up to 35 feet, and I looked at one building permit that we had in here the other day, and even adding up just the height of the walls on top of the foundation, not looking at anything that's measured, no topographic maps, no native ground, none of that. Just taking from the top of the foundation, adding up the walls, the height of the house was more than 35 feet.
Yes.
Well, sure,
But
that means code.
But if you buried the house, that would be okay. If you dug a foundation that was deep enough, why would you care?
We need to decide what,
Yeah.
again,
Yeah.
what do we want the neighborhood to look like?
That-
And the
that's
thing,
exactly
and the
it.
thing that people are
That's right.
concerned about is that the homes are so imposing
Yeah.
next to, the homes that are already here in some cases, and we're getting a huge discrepancy, and especially when the homes are taking up more of the lot space now, so they are spanning a greater change in topography. If you're on the side of a hill and the house used to be 2,000 square feet, you had a smaller topographic change from one side to the other than when the house is now 6,000 square feet, right? The difference in grade is accentuated. And when you measure this and then add, a flat foundation all the way across, so it's ground level at one end and 10 feet at the other end, and then you go 35 feet above that, and the house down the hill from it is further down the hill, that's what the concern
So
is,
the
that we're
code-
trying
code-
to address.
The code wants to homogenize roof line. That's really kind of what you're trying to do. If you're standing at the end of the street, you kind of want to see harmony across the roof lines.
Well,
Not
not-
something big sticking up this way, something
Not
really
if they're-
small
but
that.
not if the
Not
topography
when
of the
it's,
street is-
yeah, not when it's,
Yeah, and it can go along the way that the street goes, but I'm just saying that there are some places that are sticking out so bad. Something should have been done, to stop that from happening. But what is that?
Right.
Well, what tools do you have to keep that from happening? Well, you've got a maximum height. That's what you got. Okay. Does that do the job? It depends, Because and that was my question a second ago. Is, if you take a plan and you say, okay, just with the walls you added up, it's 35 feet tall. That's okay. It's 35 feet. But if I take the first story and I put it below ground, it's still 35 feet interior, but it's only 25 feet off the ground. So it really has to do with the topography. What are you going to do with that 35-foot structure? Is it going to be on top? Is it going to be up and down? What?
well, the bigger issue now is not that you're burying it, it's that you're having a foundation that's 10 feet tall, and then you're putting it on top of that.
Right. Yeah.
That was the big topic in the last
But
discussion.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
But now that we're saying, well, we're going to take the native topography, the original topography, and make that our datum. Now we've started 35 feet from a good point.
But it still doesn't address the fact that you can have a 10-foot foundation and add 35 feet on top of that, no matter how you measure what the original grade is.
Yeah, like City of Austin, for example, I think you have to check that grade at different points in the lot.
Yeah.
And so they have this whole tent concept that I think is horrible, but whatever. But it influences the height you can build on the lot in various places as the topography changes, which I think is,
Right.
That's helpful, right? I think it's not all bad, but that's a much more complicated
So
conversation.
just to be clear, let's say the proposed definition that better defines the starting points that you're measuring from. So you're saying you can either have, let's just say, a sloping lot and the high point, you just start your foundation there. So on one side, it's going to be a taller foundation than the other.
Yeah.
Can you go at that high point, then build a 10-foot foundation, then go 35 foot from there?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
No.
So you're just talking about the height of foundation that's driven by topography.
Right. So if
Well,
you've
I don't think
you've got a slope and you're at 35 feet here, it's going to be 45 feet here, maybe.
Right.
10 feet, and that's it. And the problem is you don't like the 45 feet.
Well,
Is
I
that
don't
right?
think most people like the 45
It's
feet.
greater than 35 is what you're saying, basically. One
Right.
place it says
On one
35
portion of
feet,
the house,
Yeah.
Right,
no higher,
Right.
and that's clearly not what's going on.
Yeah.
right.
So,
And-
It
and
hasn't
the-
been for a long
so,
time.
Right.
but coming back to my point earlier, what you really want is harmony on the roof line. You want something aesthetically mixed properly with the rest, its surroundings, not things that are sticking out. A 45-foot wall doesn't mean anything as long as the house next to it kind of follows that in harmony. So what?
Well, but it doesn't, because if you have a 10-foot foundation, it's because the slope is
Yeah.
going down, which
Right.
means the home next door to it is even lower than that. And so the difference between their house, so you have the 45 feet plus the additional drop in grade,
Yeah.
and that's how much higher than
So you
the
can't,
lower house
so
it
you can't
is.
have roof line harmony in Rowanwood because of because
Right.
we're
Well,
of
and,
our
and I don't
topography.
think roof line harmony is the concern. The
Right.
concern is the elevation, like, no part of the house is supposed to be more than 35 feet tall, right? And it doesn't, that's the way 71 is written, right? And then when you add another 10 feet to that with the foundation, you're going up 45 feet, so that's inconsistent. So that's why I'm saying, we need to decide what it is that we want to,
Is it
We
fair to
decided
say-
What,
if
we
you
want to
wanted
limit?
say
I-
that, like,
what we're saying.
y'all wanted to go further with this building height concept, obviously, right? And didn't, I assume, because it's so complicated, and so this was sort of the quick. Oh, this
yeah,
just
we didn't,
straight
we
from
didn't,
staff.
we didn't come
Okay.
up with that, yeah.
Well, all you have to do, I think, is move the 35 feet from the high point to the low point, right? That's all you gotta do. Can't
It's
do
not
that?
fair if you have a sloping lot at all.
No, it's not fair, I know,
Well-
I'm just saying, but I mean, to get what you want, that's what you gotta do.
Yeah.
That,
Well, I
That's the
think
whole
it's
reason
a-
it's 45 feet now.
Right?
Yeah, I
Some
mean, I think
lots
you
are
have to
actually
like.
slope.
My perspective is it's like the puzzle of
Yeah,
development
there's a
pieces.
lot
There's
here.
trees and there's this and that and all those things mix into this bag of like, I mean, a really good architect could probably design a house that fits this current height and it'd be beautiful and nobody would be pissed off because they're conscientious. But wouldn't invade privacy and all those things, but we don't always get that, right?
Yeah.
And so I'd like to deal with it, but I think we have to deal with it in a more comprehensive,
And
holistic,
if-
and get some engagement because it's a little bit feels like more of a taking than just changing an overhang.
Yeah, this is even heavier than the overhang topic that we just spent 3 hours on, and I mean,
Right.
that was why originally it was like, okay, we're talking about measurements only, but now we're getting into a much more deeper discussion, which I think needs to happen, Sarah, for sure, around
Right.
what do we want this
Yeah.
to look like. But this is something where, I mean, I can imagine even more than eaves and overhangs, right? This is
I
even-
was just concerned that we were getting into all the details of changing these little bitty pieces around this when, what is the big picture that we are trying to address?
We had the
Well,
same
I-
conversation
and-
last time, and at this point is where my head went to. We just did an entire review of the commercial corridor. Let's take that blueprint and do the same thing for residential, talking about building height, talking about setbacks if people want to talk about setbacks, talking about all of tree ordinance, talking
Yeah.
about all of that. But yeah, unlike how far does something extend, this isn't one where I'm wild about changing building height in a 5-person discussion with one person on the Zoom.
Well, and the concern that Brooke brings up is that right now the code is inconsistent. And so how do we,
So could we
not a Band-Aid, but how do we address that?
Has legal advised that the code is inconsistent?
I'm sorry?
Has legal advised?
I've asked for that,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't have it yet.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, does anyone have an objection to this? This seems pretty
No, but I
reasonable.
wonder if we have the
If we
same.
make the change
Yeah.
about the 5 feet and.
But I
and
wonder
then
if we have the-
incorporate it into the definition at the same time? Can we do?
Yes, but if we
recommend those
recommended
things?
that, is the notice, do we have the same thing that somebody raised earlier? Is the notice so broad that we recommend that change?
Yes.
And then city council could change?
I've had my hands raised a long time.
Wendy has had her hand raised a long time. Well, this is a good time for a public
Yeah,
comment.
right, okay. Is Wendy still there? She's got her hand up.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I definitely am invested in this topic. I have heard Councilmember Brown emphatically say that our code says no portion of any structure should be over 35 feet, and that's what they would like to have the code changed to, I believe. The code that we have now, and I just built a house that is on a sloping lot. The code we have now says if you have a slope of more than 10 feet in your lot, then you can account for that 10 feet in your calculations. So if you want to take a look at my house, this is Wendy Hundley, 401 Vale. If you want to study this issue, my house is a great study for you. We are at 401 Vale. Our house is at level with all of our neighbors' houses. We did add a second story to our house, and we stayed in the original footprint of what that house was that we tried to remodel, but we ended up having to tear down because structurally it was not safe to remodel. So the way that the house was built, because it's on a sloping lot, is you have 35 feet and then you have 10 feet. We only have 8 feet for our foundation. So you can either have a foundation that's built 8 feet, you could have pier and beam, you could have a concrete foundation, whatever, but that foundation allows you to build on a slope. Otherwise, you have a very, very small footprint on a lot that has a slope that you can build on because you are not allowed to change the grade of your lot. Nor do we want people to come and change the grade of their lot, which is something that we're talking about. Pre-construction, you should also look at pre-demo, because that's one of the things that people can do after demolition. I call them dirt smugglers, but there are things that people can do to change the topography. And so to Mike's point on that, the way that City of Austin does it may be a better system for us to look at doing rather than one high point in a lot. But back to the height on a building, if you were to drive around the neighborhood, there are many, many older houses that are built on sloping lots that are 35 feet. But if you look at the part of the house that's built on a slope, the foundation is going to be bigger than 35 feet because you're on a sloping lot. It will make many, many houses in Rollingwood non-conforming if you were to say no portion of any building can be taller than 35 feet. The other point I want to make is I believe that the foundation or the height of the building was changed from 30 feet to 35 feet because people do build bigger foundations now. If you look at the actual International Building Code and what it says that you should build for your house so that you can avoid flood,
it has a recommendation, I think, of at least 3 feet. I think you can go look at it and be sure. But you're supposed to build your foundation up and then backfill your lot and slope the lot away from the house so that the water doesn't come into your house. So a lot of times you will see people build up a bigger foundation, backfill the lot, and then slope it away from their house to prevent flooding in their house. But we shouldn't take the datum of the house what they backfill their lot to say this is how tall that your house can be. If it's going to be an extra 10 feet. So I think those are all important issues that we need to look at. And like, it's more than just a Band-Aid fix, because I just built a brand new house. And if you're to say now that no house can be more than 35 feet, my house becomes non-conforming. And I don't want that. I just spent a lot of money building a house in Rollingwood. I also think that people do build bigger houses here now because our lots are a lot more expensive. And we're just not the same neighborhood we were in 1990. And people who are moving into Rollingwood who buy lots in Rollingwood tend to want a bigger house. And so if we are having a community conversation about what we want Rollingwood to look like, I don't think that my vision aligns with what Sarah's vision is. And it doesn't matter if our visions align. We just have to find out as a community, like, not everyone's going to get what they want, but we have to find out, like, that, it's a community conversation. It's not just what one person wants. It's what we all want. And I don't think that limiting people from being able to build the house on their lot is the right move for Rollingwood, because people pay a lot of money for their lots. And I think most people like me who are not developers are doing the right thing for the neighborhood to make sure our houses fit into the neighborhood. And to be blocked into this big category of developers and that all people who build houses are bad and we're all destroying drainage is not fair, and it's not a good representation of what's happening. And we put in a lot of money to drainage, and all of these older houses that exist now don't have any drainage infrastructure. So I'm tired of hearing the blame of all of our drainage problems being on newer houses, because I'll tell you, I know where every drop of water goes on my house. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy. All right. So, Tony, you were saying a minute ago.
Chairman, if we have no other comments, would you please close the public hearing?
If we have no other comments, I'm going to close the public discussion. Okay, public discussion is closed at 9:50. Tony, you were saying that.
I think I asked the question if we said, we recommend we accept these changes. My question, I guess, for staff or council would be, if we make a motion and send that to city council, then I think based on the prior discussion, it sounds like city council could then do whatever they want under the broad guise of building height.
Right. Under, residential building height and related provisions.
Because of the way that the agenda item is written?
Right.
It's the same as the last topic that we were talking about, that we were talking about measurements, but really this could open up an entire thing on let's debate what we want our neighborhood to look like.
Can we maybe it require new notice or something, but it sounds like if all we're addressing is 101.2C2 and 107.3, they don't actually tie to 107.7.1, so we don't open the can of worms to, all we're addressing is grade. Can we do that?
Grade.
I think they're all read in harmony together. All we're doing is
addressing the definition of building height. And we're not adjusting what that number is, right? But I guess then you could just change how you measure it.
Right. I think that's what we're wanting to hear is, in the end, like, what do we want that outcome to be, and then we can try to build a code amendment around that. Currently, the way it's currently interpreted is that this definition of building height residential is applied to that section with the 35 feet, but we want to hear what what proposed changes you'd like to bring forth. What we brought really just kind of reinforces the way it's being applied right now. is all that's been brought forward.
There was a comment about changes that have been made since 2019 that may have not gotten captured, that we may not fully understand. Is there a way to see what the code looked like prior to 2019?
So on the online code, you actually can click, each section will show you where it used to be and what it was in the previous code. I'm sure we also have, hard copies of documents, but since I've been here in 2019, every code amendment that was made has been incorporated into the code. I guess I can't speak for that recodification that was finishing up right at the end of 2019.
I don't want to go too far afield here, but has planning and zoning ever heard of HB 2439, House Bill 2439?
What section is that in the code?
It
you're
has to
looking at?
do with the not allowing for municipalities governing what kind of exterior components you're allowed to put on your house. Yeah, Nikki knows what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
What has that ever come before this commission? Do
No,
you know
not since
anything
I've been
about
on.
it?
I've been on about 5
Yeah.
years.
I'm here to tell you that the code has changed in response to that. In 2019, that bill was passed by the state of Texas. It used to be, I had a piece of paper that came with our house. It was the building code in 1963. It was a single piece of paper. Had the whole thing on it. There were a couple of things on there about where you had to put your driveway, and also that you had to have 80% masonry in exterior. Okay? That's been ever since the beginning of time in Rollingwood. 80% masonry. In 2019, that changed in response to HB 2439. And as far as I know, I don't know what kind of review the city had to change it. But it seems to me that should have been at least a topic of discussion to this
Okay.
group here. You should have known it was happening.
We did.
Did
We've
that
made
was my
those
question.
changes.
Did it
Yes.
happen?
Yes.
Yes.
It did happen.
Yes.
Tony, can you?
Sleep
you
at the wheel.
I don't know. Okay. All
If
right.
right,
Well,
yeah.
that was, but
So
my
we do
point
not
is,
have a masonry restriction on it?
We amended it. Since it was section looks like 107, 107, and right now it shows editor's note. In 2019, this was repealed, which pertained to construction materials. So.
my point in all this is that there are possibly things missing from the old code that we don't know about. Back in 2015, whenever we bought our lot, I studied the code pretty hard because I did my own approvals. Went and got all the certifications so that we could build, building permitting and so on. And there's stuff that I'm not finding in the code now that I swear was there at the time. And some of it, I guess, is because of this HB 2439, the 80% rule, but there might be other things too, and I just don't know what they are. One thing that I am suspicious of, and this is one of the reasons why I put this thing in the packet, is I'm almost certain that there used to be a pitched roof requirement for residences. That flat roofs weren't permitted, that you had to have a 3/12 pitch on your roof. That part of the code still exists for commercial. It's in there. You can go find it. I'm almost certain that 7 years ago, that same wording applied to residential.
When did you build your house? Right after that? Right after.
Is yours flat? Flat roof?
Brian Nash's is
Okay.
flat, and he's been here longer than that.
Right.
I think there's some older houses with flat roofs. I have to go find
Yeah,
them. I think
yeah,
there's
I
one
didn't
on-
remember that, but I did not study
I'm not
it like you
saying
did.
that, you know,
one
that,
Vance
yeah.
that's old.
Yeah,
flat,
yeah.
like 30 years old.
No kidding, okay. And I guess I could be wrong. Yeah, I
You
probably
might
am.
be- I don't know.
Probably
That was a
am.
good- I didn't know about
It's
the
just that,
masonry.
yeah.
I don't remember that, but I don't
Yeah,
know. I certainly don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure your house complies with the masonry requirement. I'm sure it does.
It does.
Sure it does.
It does.
Yeah, everything
I mean,
does,
why
right?
not?
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, but I do worry about this, you know, that there are things that had happened that we don't know about. And I would like
Well,
to see,
That happened, I didn't know about it. So.
with regard to, you know, building height, have there been any changes made to the code that we don't know about? Is it possible?
I know that this interpretation of building code, and of course, everything we're talking about with sloping lot and everything, but this general enforcement of adjustments made based on has definitely been in it since I got here in 2013. So that's not a new thing from 2019. I know that. Now, people may have started gaming it further with adjusting elevations and that sort of thing, but just kind of the concept of trying to be fair to sloped lots has been there since I've been here.
Okay.
And as Wendy pointed out, there are some older houses where one side of it is, I don't know, practically
Yeah, there's a bunch
35,
on,
maybe
like,
it's not, but they're, you know,
what
some
is
older
that?
houses.
What's the street that runs along the park? Not, you know, at the corner, you know what the parking lot is?
Wallace.
Wallace. Yeah, like there's some houses on Wallace at Hatley that have got to be old houses that are over 35 feet for
Yeah,
sure.
Right, yeah, down,
Like,
especially down past Hatley,
yeah, I mean, they're certainly taller.
Okay.
So,
All right.
I mean, does anyone have discomfort with this?
Not with what, no.
Not with that, my only concern
with the
is if we
measuring.
say we approve that and then
Right, I'm saying, you know,
Council
if,
has
if,
some-
if we could just, you know, lock this in with the minor change about adjoining versus 5 feet, I think that's a good fix, but I don't want to open some other can of worms that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, obviously not on council, and kind of going back to a comment somebody else had, I certainly don't think that fundamentally changing either the height as the code defines it or the enforcement of building height, outside of changing measurements right now, is not a code change that I think should be made over the course of 2 or 3 months and finalized in December.
Not in a vacuum either.
In a vacuum, and that every time I hear this one come up, I'm like, I completely agree that a big discussion needs to be had about what we want the residential section of our city to look like. I just wouldn't be an advocate for changing big pieces of that one step at a time. I'd be an advocate for a comprehensive review of that for a period of time. I do think we have, to an extent, certainly, I'm not going to build a spec house here over the next year, but the odds are significantly lower than they have been for the last few years based on economic conditions. So I think if we were going to do that, I think, you know, the time is now.
Agreed,
So
I
how
think
could
that
we-
was the essence of a big part of the discussion the last time we all met.
So how can we get this done, you know, without?
Exposure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same way we just did the last one, I guess.
That's kind of a punt, right? I mean, we're gonna get,
Yeah.
I
Is that
feel
that's
much
pretty-
more
that's
comfortable
pretty much
punting
it.
this one than the last one, and, you know, we did that one, so.
all right.
That's my view. I mean, I mean, I completely agree with you. If we could close this loophole and how people may or may not be able to, you know, quote, game the system with the way they measure or the timing that they measure, if we could just do that, I would be on board with that, but I'm not sure the way the notice was done that we can isolate and just guarantee that that's all we're weighing in on.
So would we have to renotice and be more specific?
Can we get some help here? Is there something we can do here? Yeah.
I was about to say, I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, last time you gave direction to staff to come back with some specific wording. And we've had the conversation that the reason the language is broader is to allow it to be more encompassing and not to be so narrowly tailored that if you get outside those lines, then we're in violation of what we've noticed. But you wanted to go more specific on the notice on 4. So if you want to go more specific on the notice on 5 and you want to give staff that same direction, I think that's probably, I would say that's the best path right now to move this forward is kind of following that same process we did on the last one.
This one I don't think should be rushed, so I'm even less sensitive about, you know, kind of getting the notice in ahead of a meeting and, you know, so that it doesn't kick mud.
Do we have any confidence, you know, in being able to do something substantial to the code that will meet the requirements, or at least, you know, the desires of city council? Can something be done here, or are we stuck with
Lower
what we've
building
got?
height.
I mean, you know, this is a tweak, you know, what's being offered here, and it's a good one. But you know, can we actually make city council happy with a change?
At least these members, I think you could lower the building height, is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's it. That's what it almost
unless I'm
sounds like.
mishearing,
And I
you're
don't see
not-
that happening. I don't think that's it. That's not it. So,
That's what I heard.
I don't think your charge is to make city council happy. I think your charge is to gather input and provide recommendations on what the community wants for us to change our building code. I mean, the whole point of all of this process that we're trying to start now is that we have not updated our building code since we changed from septic to sewer. So the development, the opportunities, everything that's happening around here, we have not come into the new century, right, with what can be done, and we need to look at that. So it's not about making council happy. It's about determining what we want the neighborhood to look like as a community. As a community, what do we want the neighborhood to look like, and come to a consensus on that. So this is
but the 35-foot height limitation, that came into being after the septic, right? Or is it older than that?
It dates from 95.
At our joint meeting, you said it's just been the last few years that they've been enforcing it this way.
Well, there's been
residential building height definition has been applied on top of the 35.
Right.
So I will say since I've been here, which is way after the sewer system was put in place, we've got a new tree ordinance, we've got a new drainage manual. I mean, we've updated the code. I mean, I'm just saying that's not, I don't think, a completely fair characterization. Maybe the building envelope hasn't been updated, but certainly there have been significant updates since I've been on the commission.
Well, okay. Then let me just restate my question. Can we make Rolling Wood Public happy with a change to the code?
I don't know, because I haven't talked to him about it.
We're not trying to make city council happy, that's
No.
fine. I can live with that, but I'm just, you know, who are we trying to make happy here? Or do we really have a problem?
I think that's why I come back to, we need a not public notices and agendas. I think we need major proactive outreach and
I think
major
everybody
planning.
doesn't want the gaming of the system, and that's clear. I mean, I think we can all agree on that, right? You have to do some prep to make it work so you can get 50 feet basically above. I mean, nobody wants that.
Right.
But changing the height, I think that's a total can of worms, like how it's been for so long. But maybe, tweaking so that things are reasonable, I think that's clearly, understandable. But other than that, I mean, we need a lot more input, I think, if we want to change, building height or make it more restrictive than it is.
What do you think the input would look like? What would someone say? What kind of public guidance are we going to get? What is somebody going to say? Well, you could reduce the building height, and what else? What else is there? I mean, I'm just trying to wonder.
I mean, if you want to open the can of worms of residential zoning, it's like impervious cover and trees and blah blah blah. On and on.
Yeah.
So I mean, but those things go together, right? And so I don't like dealing with it in a vacuum. I do like closing this loophole, but I don't want to leave us all exposed.
Yeah.
Like you said that, we end up with something that we didn't intend that goes too far.
Yeah. But But can the problem actually be solved for them? Can it? I mean, can it happen?
Never gonna make everyone happy.
No, no.
Yeah, it's hard for a reason. I mean, the commercial, you know, and I mean, I think we're still trying to figure out how to tweak that, try to get, you know, some retail development in the city, and that's gonna be a long, hard process, and I think, I mean, look, how long has the Code Next been going on?
I think it's dead again. It's
No.
just died 3 times, so, you know.
So it's tricky. But it's something that, you know, needs to be tackled.
All
I
right,
think it's just
well,
a big
I
project.
guess the suggestion is that we're just gonna table this as well for a moment.
Can we table this, but
Yeah.
ask staff to come back with very minor modification,
Yeah, the one
you
we-
know, on the adjoining grade point, and then, and I don't know, you can also game it the other way, right? You could cut the high side down and the house gets taller. So it's like, I don't know if we want to go there. I don't think many people do that. That's not the bigger of the problems, but it's still a loophole. But if we can close this one and be narrow on the notice, I'd like to do that. I mean, I think it's a, you know, it has been gamed, like I know it has, and it's not. I don't think that's the intention, you know. And
Yeah.
I think if we can clean that up and then proceed with trying to do a more comprehensive look at things, you might be right. It might be hard. We may not get anywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
But this is a solvable problem in my mind. This is
Right.
not
And we're
controversial.
already doing a notice for
like,
the February meeting.
You know, anyone that comes to complain about this probably is going to be embarrassed, right? I think we just it's a reasonable change.
Yeah, okay. Well then,
So we're already doing a notice for
Okay.
February, so this
that's
is
it.
a minor
Yep.
cleanup,
same deal.
and we can attach it to that notice, and
Yeah.
we would need to give them direction on
Right.
how to
Okay.
narrow the notice.
And then
so
I
that-
guess I would ask everybody to put their thinking caps on and see if there's something that could actually, some change to the physics of the situation such that you could make a 35-foot height requirement actually work on sloping topography. And what? Split levels, yeah, but you can't say that, can you? We can't say that. We can't say, well, you must have a split level when you do this. No. Right?
Can we just like create an architectural control committee and just?
We're not allowed to have that, we're not allowed to have that.
Let that house
I don't-
built
I
too,
don't-
isn't that what
It-
that was?
it-
Can we get everyone to commit to a deed restriction?
You know,
for rolling?
and I didn't know this, but it turns out that if you are a city or a municipality, you're not allowed to have that kind of.
So can we
You
also,
can do it if you have an HOA.
So you need guidance on
can
more
we,
specific.
can we
notice
also
for HOA.
propose maybe that staff will look at at bringing back proposed changes to 10771 to be consistent with the other 2 proposed changes? Maybe whether it's terminology with building height, residential building height, but something along those lines for that section as well.
Oh, because we may need to tie in that definition.
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll at least look at that and come back with
thank you.
anything
The
that we
only,
could
only thing I'd
propose on
say
that.
there, if we,
Can we notice
Do-
it? Can we notice it that there's a very narrow change to that ordinance, or once you notice that ordinance, it's just like?
because if we said 10771, and then we make a recommendation, and then city council could say, we're gonna change that section to 30 feet or 25 feet or whatever the number is, right?
Yep.
Or we could just change these 2 things and not touch that. We've made some improvement. Granted, we haven't closed it entirely, but we've done something.
Yeah.
Right, and we haven't exposed ourselves on the 35-foot point. Is that?
That is up to y'all. That's all I'm asking.
So there's no notice right now to do anything on 10771.
There is, because
there
the
is.
language
Okay,
was,
okay.
what
So they
we've
can do
initially
something.
brought was
Okay.
just a starting point on these. Did not have the starting point on that because of not, I thought staff was saying, but the last conversation from you all, they did not feel like they got good enough direction to be able to come back with anything on that component.
Right.
Not that
Right.
we couldn't touch that component, was just that y'all didn't have a discussion as to what would proposed changes even look like to 10771.
And now you feel like you've
I'm
got
just
what
saying
you
it
need.
based on some of the comments, do
Right.
we want to look at tweaking language,
Sure.
not the 35, but is it language regarding building height, making sure we've got those terminology that's more consistent, and whether we're going to cross-reference back to building height residential from our IBCs, or however we want to do it. Do y'all want to see some of that, or do you just want to stick with these two?
Sounds to me like there's been a request for opinion from council about this
Yeah.
potential disconnection of these two sections of the code that has not been rendered yet.
Mhm.
So I would say in the interim, I would say we fix this stuff narrowly, not notice 10771.
Oh,
Post for our agenda discussion of, not a public hearing, but discussion of 10771, and also discuss that at a meeting when hopefully we will have some opinion from council as to whether the lack of direct referencing between those sections is a problem.
So, I'm not an attorney, I'm just asking, can we end around it and reference 10771 in the draft language of 101-2C2 or
question.
107D3 and just say, for the avoidance of doubt, this applies to section 107 blah 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 with respect to building height?
The 101-2C2 to me is more problematic. It's a totally different section. But the 107.3, when we're talking definitions, we could come back with some proposed language identifying that this term, we could qualify, I guess that's how I want to say it, right? Could qualify the use of that term, or the insertion or intended reference of that term anywhere within, like, say, if you wanted to say this term would be considered to be used throughout the residential zoning district code.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
That'd be
I see
great.
exactly where you're going.
Yeah, to overly simplify it at the
Yeah.
start of 107.3 as it relates to section 107.71, building height.
Or 107, yeah.
There you go,
Generally.
107.
But then that wouldn't open up the 107.71
Division
terms.
2, Division 2 residential zoning code.
Right.
Yep.
Let's play with that.
We'd still want to include the 101-2 because that's 2C3 or 2 because that's
Correct.
On the notice,
we want
yeah.
them to be
Yes.
consistent, but that's not a zoning.
We're not going to cross-reference that within the 107.
Gotcha.
I think we would put
But
it
that would be
within
on
the
the notice, those
107.3.
two sections would be on the notice.
Gotcha.
Is that a good start?
thank you.
And I mean, if we do that, then we are starting to boil this down to very specific things that people can react to. And if that doesn't solicit or elicit any sort of public interaction, at that point, I'm not sure what else we can do, right? I mean, in terms of trying to get this out from a transparency and a trust standpoint, like we are trying to bring very specific, tangible issues to people to react to, as opposed to these broad, hey, we're looking at the code.
Yeah, I
things,
think
right? I mean,
unless
like,
you create a commission including
Yeah.
people on commission, city council, residents, same as we did with the
The
commercial.
commercial, yeah.
I think that's the only way you
Yeah, in
can.
the absence of that, I at least feel good that we're making a very concerted effort here to tread carefully, do everything that we can to solicit public input into this.
Yeah. Close loopholes.
Yeah.
I think more than enough. Very good.
Well, I mean, see, that's the
Alright.
core of our duty here, right? I mean, that's.
I don't know what the
we
core
need
of
to-
our duty is. I'll figure it out. Okay. So are we finished with this item then?
Yes.
I,
Sounds like
I think we are.
Staff have
I think
enough
we are.
guidance,
Yeah.
direction?
the direction we're looking. One moment.
I think so.
Right.
So I think we'd have
I think we
another
have-
notice
Yeah.
intended for our February meeting.
So we'll
that would
keep
cover
this
both
on the
these
same
issues on an
schedule.
hour
Very good.
Yeah.
basis.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
think in the interim, we'll send out both
Both drafts.
drafts.
And we'll already have that ready for public hearing notice before your January meeting, but you may still meet in January to
Right.
discuss
I think we should,
Yes.
yeah.
other, maybe this other item that's
Yeah, I think
Always.
for that meeting, just as a discussion point, I think we should still have this on the agenda to
Okay.
talk about bigger picture.
Right. I had put together a PowerPoint that is actually attached to all this, having to do with the 312 slope on roofs. And we don't have to do anything with that tonight. I thought it might have been part of the discussion around building height, and it probably is useful, but given them,
Let's add that to
given
the
what
agenda
time
in
it is.
January too.
Yeah, given what time it is and so on, it won't take us any further, so I would like to just put that off until next time. Okay? So let's move on to item 6. Discussion and possible action regarding a plan for commercial zoning code updates as identified in the city's comprehensive plan. Oh, are we open for,
Oh, you have to open.
should we open it up for public
discussion?
discussion? Okay, well,
No.
I'm gonna open up the floor to public discussion at 10:17.
There's
no public hearing on this item.
It's okay.
We didn't.
Yeah.
She can still speak on the item, but there's no public hearing. Is that correct, Megan?
Yes.
Okay.
Get it together. It's on here.
Golly, that's right. You know what a great learning experience this has been. Anyway.
We're using an interim tag.
Brooke, what's up?
Just very brief comments here. Brooke Brown, 307 Nixon. As y'all know, I was on the Comprehensive Plan Task Force and sit on the City Council now. The City Council has approved to use Bryce's firm to do an initial draft of the code changes that would be required to meet the recommendations that are in the comprehensive plan for the commercial corridor. If you look at those recommendations, and they're in the appendix to the comprehensive plan, it's a pretty extensive list of changes. There's also, yes, I think that was attached in the last city council meeting, and I'm not sure if it's in your packet tonight or not. It is, okay. Okay, but not to the list, just the list of the zoning items. Okay. In looking at the Planning and Zoning Commission, y'all usually take off the summer. There's a lot of work to be done here, especially if we address more broadly some of impervious cover and some other things with the in the residential part of the code. And so I would like to just ask that y'all think about that and determine what kind of work schedule you might be able to come up with that could move that forward. We don't know yet when we'll have a draft of the comprehensive plan zoning changes, the commercial zoning changes, but just you might want to think about that and get prepared to have a lot of work, because it's going to be, it's going to be a lot of work. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention and also let you know that what was contemplated at the city council level is that for the comprehensive plan changes, you would start with a draft that would be produced by Bryce's firm that would be proposals in accordance, the actual changes to the zoning code in accordance with the recommendations in
Essentially a
the
straw
comprehensive plan.
Straw man kinds
Yes.
of things that you just look at and you say, well, we like this or we don't, or
Right.
this needs tweak.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. So
Yeah, and I
that's
think
it.
I think last summer was the first summer we didn't have meetings. We used to meet every month before that. I think it was, I
Okay.
don't know if it was, there was not much going on or whatever, but I don't think that's not been something in the last 5 years. I know that. So I think that's fine.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, I guess really, that was kind of the discussion, wasn't it? About regarding
so.
a plan for a commercial zone. I mean, we need to wait for,
And we touched on that a few meetings ago,
yeah,
I think. And, yeah.
and that's fine. So there's, Nothing more really to say about this, is there? We'll just do it. Hurry
It'll
up.
be coming here.
What are you doing here? All right, okay. And I'll move on to item 7. Discussion and possible action on regular January meeting date.
I think item 7 probably already about got covered. We put this on all the boards who had their meeting the first week of January in case there was any appetite to move it. It sounds like everyone was going to be available for that date. Though I guess since we're doing the public hearing in February, there's still an option to move it later if y'all would prefer, but it sounds like everybody was going to be available.
Right.
So I think no action is fine unless y'all want to move your meeting.
I could do the 4th or the 11th then, if anybody.
I'm fine with any day.
Yeah, 4th, yeah.
Just keep
Okay.
it regular.
Keep it on the 4th.
Whenever the room's available.
Great.
Thank you.
The 4th it is.
4th it is, right on. We'll see you guys on the 4th. With that, does anybody have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right.